Blessed good morning, honorable members, and those under the sound of my voice. This is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. In our Moments of Impact devotional segment, I'll be sharing today a devotional entitled, Keep Your Eyes on the Prize. In today's devotion, I want to zero in on the importance of remaining focused by keeping your eyes on the prize. To keep your eyes on the prize means to remain focused on your vision, focus on your mission, focus on your dreams and your goals. As we swiftly approach the end of 2025, you must ensure that you don't allow anything or anyone to distract you from keeping your eyes on the prize. The truth of the matter is there are a lot of distractions, both internally and externally, that is seeking to divert your attention from pursuing the prize. I recall a passage of scripture found in Philippians chapter 3, verse 13 and 14, where the Apostle Paul, on his spiritual quest to get closer to God, helps us to understand the power of focus and how to overcome distractions. Philippians chapter 3, verses 13 and 14 says, "Brethren, I count not myself to have apprehended, but this one thing I do, forgetting those things which are behind and reaching unto those things which are before. I press towards the mark for the prize of the high calling of God in Christ Jesus." The apostle teaches us today to remain focused and keep your eyes on the prize. We have to do three things. Number one, we have to forget those things which are behind. Past mistakes, failures, even relationships that went south. Forget the things which are behind. Secondly, he encourages us to reach forth to that which is before us. Our vision, our goals, our mission. Reach forth to those things. Finally, he says, you and I have to press. So today, I encourage each of you under the sound of my voice to press beyond the past. Press beyond your pain. Press beyond the persecution. Press beyond people's opinion. Press beyond the noise in the marketplace. Press beyond the criticisms. I'm reminded of a riveting quote that I read that I thought it was noteworthy and important to share with you today by a man named Zig Ziglar. And here's what he said. He says, don't be distracted by criticism. Remember, the only taste of success some people have is when they take a bite out of you. In conclusion, I want to encourage each of you to remain focused and put on your blinders. Keep your eyes on the prize. I leave you with this final thought today. Starve your distractions and feed your focus. Selah. Think and act on these things. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we exalt and we lift up your name. You've commanded us in your word to pray and not to faint. You've also told us that we can come to you and find mercy and grace to help in the time of need. And so today we've come to your throne asking for your forgiveness of our sins. We ask, oh God, for your grace and your mercy to be extended toward us. We confess today as a nation that we have sinned and fallen short of your glory. And so, Lord, today we beg your pardon. We beg for your forgiveness. Help us as a nation to remain focused and keep our eyes on the prize. Give us the grit and the resilience needed to overcome every distraction that seeks to divert us from our plans. Help us as a nation to starve our distractions and feed our focus. Now, Father, we pray today for our political leaders. We ask, Almighty God, that you would help them to lead with focus. We pray that they will not be distracted. Give them eyes to see, God. Give them ears to hear. Oh God, may they lead, may they guide, and may they direct us on the right path. Finally, Father, we pray today for the proceedings of this honorable house. We ask for your divine blessings. In Jesus' name we pray, and all of God's people say, amen. Let us pray the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Philip Davis, Chester Cooper, Fred Mitchell, Glennis Hannah Martin, Alfred Sayers, Dr. Michael Darville, Clay Sweeting, Keith Bell, Wayne Monroe, Jobeth Colby Davis, Ginger Moxie, Mario Boleg, Jomo Campbell, Basil McIntosh, Miles LaRoda, Pia Glover Roll, Lisa Ramming, Zane Lightbourne, Dr. Hubert Minnis, Jamal Strawn, John Pinder, Marcus Roll, Leon Lundy, Kirk Cornish, Wade Watson, Leonardo Lightbourne, Leslie M. Miller Bryce, Leroy Major, Sylvanus Petty, Michael Bonnaby, Michael Pintard, James Kwesi Thompson, Iram Lewis, Shannon Dawn Cartwright, Adrian Gibson, Adrian White, Kingsley Smith, Darren Pickstock.
Good morning, honorable members. We will now go down the order of business as we conduct the people's business. Introduction and swearing in of new members. Laying of documents by ministers.
Documents.
Oh my. Statements and communication by ministers.
Statements and communications.
Okay. Communications by the clerk. Messages from the Governor General. Messages from the Senate. Motion for leave of absence, leave to resign, seat and new writs. Presentation of petitions. Presentation of reports of committees. Adoption of reports of committees. First reading of bills.
First reading of bills.
Second reading, committee of bills.
No second readings.
Thank you, honorable member. Committee of the whole House. Third reading and passing of bills.
No third readings.
Thank you, honorable member. Consideration and of Senate amendments. Resolutions. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Caroline, Rumpke, and San Salvador.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I rise this morning moving for the adoption of the resolution tabled yesterday titled Treasurer to Perfect Luck Assets No. 1 Limited, Malia Vacant Land Parking Site. And, Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support for the adoption of this resolution. You know, at first glance, this looks like a narrow technical land transaction. In truth, it goes to the heart of two big questions. Those two questions: do we, as a nation, continue to back a tourism industry that is growing in strength, quality, and global reach? And do we, as a parliament, honor commitments given in the name of the Bahamian people so that investors, workers, and communities can plan with confidence? Madam Speaker, let me begin with the resolution itself. The Treasurer of the Commonwealth of Bahamas, as a corporation sole under Section 4.1 of the Ministry of Finance Act, holds in fee simple a parcel of land described in the schedule to this resolution, which is approximately 2.077 acres, situated on the southern side of West Bay Street in Western New Providence, adjacent to the Malia and Bahama campus. On the 16th of October, 2019, a supplemental heads of agreement was executed between the government and the Bahama ownership group, including CTF BM Holdings, CTF BM Operations, and several Perfect Luck entities. Now, under Section 2.1 of that 2019 agreement, the government undertook to convey the specific parcel described as the said hereditaments to an entity designated by the project company. That conveyance would be free of liens and encumbrances to support the proper redevelopment of the site. In February 2020, the project company wrote to the government identifying the entity to which this land should be conveyed. That transfer never occurred. The land remained vested in the treasurer. On the 18th of September 2024, the government executed a second supplemental heads of agreement with the project company. And under Section 2.1 of that 2024 agreement, the government is now obligated, in keeping to the obligation made by the previous administration, to transfer the same property to Perfect Luck Assets, number 1 Limited, free from liens and encumbrances, and we are agreeing to sell it at a price of $1.6 million in Bahamian currency. So that's just approximately 2 acres of land. We're getting $1.6 million for that land. The Ministry of Finance Act is clear. Section 5.3a states that the treasurer shall not sell or otherwise dispose of the fee simple of land vested in her without the prior approval of both houses of Parliament, signified by resolution. So this resolution does 3 things. 1, it recognizes and gives effect to the 2024 Second Supplemental Agreement, Heads of Agreement, which was a carryover from the 2019 agreement. It regularizes It regularizes the position of a parcel that should already have been conveyed. It provides the statutory approval required under Section 5.3a for the Treasurer to complete the conveyance to Perfect Luck. And as I said, for the sum of $1.6 million. Now that's the legal side. The practical side is that this land is an important support area for the Bahama campus. It is where parking, access, staff movements, and logistics can be organized in a safe, orderly way, so that expansion on the old Malaya footprint can proceed without creating chaos on West Bay Street. Without this step, the next phase of Bahama's growth is slower, less efficient, and less certain. With this resolution, Parliament clears the way for a major investment that is already agreed, already announced, and eagerly awaited for by workers and businesses. Madam Speaker, this brings us to the wider story. And here the political contrast is sharp. When the PLP first embraced the vision of a major integrated resort at Cable Beach, many doubted that the Bahamas could sustain a project of that scale. When the project stalled and workers were sent home, there are calls to give up and treat the site as a symbol of failure. Under the former Prime Minister, Perry Christie, the PLP chose a harder path. The government worked with the Export-Import Bank of China and with special purpose vehicles, such as Perfect Luck, to take the stalled project out of receivership, complete construction, and secure a long-term owner. It meant patient negotiations. It meant tough decisions. And it meant a willingness to take the political blows in order to save thousands of Bahamian jobs and protect the credibility and reputation of this country. While that rescue work was underway, the F&M chose a very different line. In May 2016, when the opposition leader, Dr. Hubert Minnis, told Bahamians to ignore what he described as false hope and fake promises from the Christie administration about Bahama. As the soft opening of the Grand Hyatt approached in April 2017, he repeatedly described it as a fake opening. He claimed the government had no real plan, questioned who should show up as guests, and suggested the opening was timed only for election optics, speaking about the fake soft opening of Bahama. The F&M boycotted the opening ceremony. They told the Bahamian people this project was a political illusion, that the opening could not be trusted, and that the heads of agreement contained what he called disastrous provisions. Now look, it didn't take them long, you know. It didn't take them long to come to their senses, or to have what I call their Damascus moment. Only a few months later, once in office, the same Hubert Minnis and his government was banking on more jobs from the fake Bahama opening. As one community put it, relying heavily on the expansion of employment and the very property they had dismissed. Madam Speaker, that pattern tells its own story. The PLP did the heavy lifting to save Bahama, and restore Cable Beach as a premier district. The F&M poured scorn on that work, labeled the opening fake, stayed away from the ceremony, then claimed the credit when the jobs and the guests arrived. Today, Bahama is open and thriving. Thousands of Bahamians are employed there. In fact, more than 5,000 Bahamians now work across the campus. So, you know, and they forgot that was, you know, it was Perry Christie, our former Prime Minister, who led the charge in rescuing that property.
Yes.
That all wanted to be doomed to failure. Mm-hmm. Right? He paid a heavy price for it. But now look where we are today. So when this administration hears the F&M, when they want to lecture the country on Bahama, the contrast is clear. One side believed in the property when it was difficult. The other spent years ridiculing it, then rushed to cut ribbons once the hard work had been done. Madam Speaker, we now move into a new chapter. Bahama and the government have signed a heads of agreement for a further expansion on the former Malia site. It is a $350 million capital investment that will bring a fourth luxury resort and about 50 branded residences to 12 acres along Cable Beach. The new resort, designed, let's take a look at it here. There's two of them. This is the new resort. There's another one here. This look big? It look big? It's the real deal, man. The new resort, Madam Speaker, designed by the acclaimed firm of Foster & Partners, will include approximately 350 rooms, 4 new restaurants, including a rooftop omakase experience, and a beachfront restaurant with a celebrity chef a 14,000 square foot spa and fitness center, luxury retail, pools and outdoor bar, entertainment lounges, and 25,000 square feet of event space, with a 10,000 square foot ballroom at its core.
These are the rules all tattered and torn.
Groundbreaking, Madam Speaker, is scheduled for 2026, and opening target is for 2029. The project is expected to employ roughly 400 workers during construction, with over 500 permanent roles once it is fully open. Guests at the new resort have access to the full Bahama campus, including the Bahama Bay Water Park, the casino, golf course, and a broad range of restaurants, bars, and cultural experiences that already exist. For that next phase to function properly, the campus must be planned as one integrated whole. That is why this 2+ acre parking and service parcel is so important. It gives the resort the space to manage staff parking, service vehicles, tour buses, and guest arrivals in a way that reduces congestion on West Bay Street and improves safety and comfort for everyone. So when we approve this resolution, we are not simply moving a piece of paper from one file to another. We are helping to unlock a $350 million expansion that will secure hundreds of jobs, deepen our luxury product, and strengthen Cable Beach as a leading district for high-end travel. Madam Speaker, this sits within a much bigger story about tourism under this administration. From January to October this year, the Bahamas has welcomed 9.9 million visitors. That reflects a strong recovery and a new growth across both cruise and air arrivals. But our focus is wider than sheer numbers. We are working to secure more spend per visitor, more nights on our islands, and more participation of Bahamian entrepreneurs in the tourism value chain.
Yes.
We are seeing important new luxury and redevelopment projects come online. Montage Key in Abaco will offer over water bungalows, suites, and residences on a 53-acre private island. The Grand Lucayan on Grand Bahama is moving ahead with an $800 million redevelopment, with multiple hotels, a marina, and a refreshed golf course, designed to restore that island's role as a major leisure center. The Bulgari Resort and Mansions at Cave Key will add a new world-class brand to the Exuma chain. At the same time, Madam Speaker, we have moved aggressively to fix long-standing weaknesses of our model. That weakness we identify as air access. The government has adopted a national aviation strategic plan centered on airport upgrades, stronger partnerships, increased airlift, better training, higher safety standards, stronger finances, and innovation in technology. Across Cat Island, Exuma, Grand Bahama, Bimini, Eleuthera, Ragged Island, Great Harbour Key, Maguana, Rum Key, Crooked Island, Acklands, Andros, and other islands, new terminals and runway works are underway. Did I say Long Island? Man, you got to say Long Island.
Yes.
And other islands, new terminals and runway works are underway or imminent. We have expanded international airlift with more than 45 new routes in recent years, welcomed new carriers into our markets, and concluded an interline agreement between Bahamas Air and Emirates that opens new corridors from Asia, the Middle East, and Africa. Seat capacity now exceeds pre-pandemic levels. We are modernizing the digital spine of the industry. The Smart City pilot in and around Nassau Cruise Port is bringing free high-speed connectivity to key tourism corridors so visitors can share their experiences in real time and local businesses can market directly to them. The Google Street View project has captured millions of images across the islands, boosting online visibility for Bahamian hotels, restaurants, and attractions, and supporting national planning and emergency responses. Madam Speaker, we are also aligning tourism growth with strong environmental stewardship. Mangrove restoration after Hurricane Dorian, partnerships with groups such as Coral Beta and Bonefish and Tarpon Trust, and new programs like the Bahamas Sustainable Island Challenge are designed to ensure that our blue and green assets are protected even as visitors' numbers grow. When we add all of this together, a clear picture emerges. The Bahamas is building a tourism sector that is higher quality, that is more connected, that is more resilient, and more deeply rooted in Bahamian culture and community.
Yes.
Bahamas' next phase, supported by this resolution, fits squarely into that direction of travel. That returns us to the political question. The PLP record at Bahama is simple. We believe the property could be saved. We did the diplomatic and commercial work to bring in new ownership via perfect luck. We defended the project when it was under attack.
Yes.
We stood with workers who feared for their jobs. We stayed at the table until the resort opened. And look where we are now today. The F&M, by contrast, spent years describing Bahama as a bad idea and dismissing the opening as fake. Dr. Millis warned of fake promises on Bahama, ridiculed the Christie's administration's efforts, and repeatedly described the soft opening of the Grand Hyatt as fake. They refused to attend the opening ceremony. They spoke as if guests would never come. And once in government, they relied on the same property for jobs, tax revenue, and political talking points. This is not an accident. It reflects two different instincts. The PLP sees tourism as a strategic national asset, requiring steady partnership between government and investors, continuous improvements in airlift and infrastructure, and real participation by Bahamian workers and Bahamian entrepreneurs. We defend projects that matter to national development, even when that carries political risk. The F&M has repeatedly treated major investments as convenient targets in opposition and convenient trophies in office. At one point, after taking office in 2017, they even halted a series of public-private partnership projects, delaying infrastructure upgrades the country needed, all in the name of review. Madam Speaker, investors around the world read those signals, read those signals. They ask themselves a simple question. Is the Bahamas a place where agreements honored by one administration will be torn up or mocked at by the next? Or is it a country where the state behaves in a stable, predictable way, even when government changes? By supporting this resolution, we send a clear message. We honor the commitments made in the 2019 Heads of Agreement. We expect investors to meet their obligations in return. We support expansion that brings jobs, training, and opportunities for Bahamians. And we will use Parliament's authority to keep our biggest tourism engines moving forward.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, this parcel at the Malaya vacant land parking site may be 2.077 acres on paper, In strategic terms, it carries far greater weight. It allows Bahama to organize its next phase properly. It helps unlock a $350 million expansion that will bring hundreds of jobs and new opportunities. It reinforces the credibility of our word as a country. The FNM once said Bahamas opening was fake. I gotta repeat that. Today, the resort is open, thriving, and preparing to grow again. Our tourism industry is setting new records. Our aviation and digital systems are catching up with global best practices, and investors are lining up to build across our islands. This resolution keeps that progress going. I commend it to this Honorable House and invite all members who believe in Bahamian tourism, Bahamian workers, Bahamian entrepreneurs, Bahamian credibility to give their full support.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I so move that we adopt the resolution.
Honorable members, before I call for a seconder, I am allowing the honorable member for Fox Hill to give a communication, a short communication under Rule 44. Thank you.
Going to be the seconder when you do call for the motion. What I wanted to do this morning, though, was to make a brief oral communication following on, I saw the point of order raised by the Parliamentary Secretary yesterday in response to a matter which was raised by a member from the side opposite with regard to passports. This is a continuing narrative that has been going on in the country for some time. And I have been seeking to support the staff of the Passport Office with regard to this. And
Excuse me. This is under Rule 44. Let me read it for you. Let me help you. 1 minute, member. It states, a minister may make a statement when statement and communication by ministers are called in the order of business or on private notice to the speaker at any other time during a sitting. I'm exercising my right and under Rule 44. Thank you very much. Member, you may proceed. One thing, I know my rules.
yeah, so what I wanted to do was yesterday the Parliamentary Secretary rose on a point of order to support the integrity of passports and the issuance of passports. I wanted, as Minister, to join with that and to support that, to say that we have been in a struggle with the staff at the Passport Office who feel assailed by these attacks in public, which turn out to be, which they interpret, many of them, as an attack on their integrity. I've said before in other fora that passports are more secure than they have ever been in the history of the country. We are continually working on security. There's going to be a new passport office shortly with updated equipment, which will even increase the passport security. And in fact, the argument out in the country is not that they're so easy to get, but it's so difficult to get a Bahamian passport. So I want to assure the Bahamian public this morning, the Constitution is very clear as to who gets a Bahamian passport. There is no evidence to suggest that there is widespread fraud or even a little bit of fraud with regard to the issuance of passports. Those who have evidence that there is fraud with regard to passports, take it to the police and stop using public forums to denigrate your own passport. What is the value of a Bahamian public official saying that a Bahamian passport is fraudulently issued when you have to use that passport to go around the world? Just even when we cross the border here. So you cross the border here, and somebody, because the exercise of the authority to enter that other country is a subjective one, says, oh, I read in the press that your public official said your passport is fraudulent. Why would you want to do that? Does that make any sense? And then what you're doing is, by beating this drum every day, you are also questioning the patriotism and the honesty of not only the political officials, but you're also questioning the people who work in the passport office. So all I can say is just as a matter of caution, that people ought to exercise their words carefully with regard to this. This is a serious matter. The passports are secure, as far as I'm advised, and I so verily believe. And I wish to support that statement, as I said, by the Parliamentary Secretary yesterday. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker.
The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was present yesterday when my colleague expressed the sentiments that he did. My understanding of government communications, that they ought to be non-controversial matters. The commentary by the member for Fox Hill, again, he assigned, in my view, both motive as well as a sharp accusation that the member stated his personal view of wide or limited corruption or fraud. No such thing happened. What he expressed was a sentiment that exists in the public, and the members who were present in rebutting him, what they said was, we don't know which group of Bahamians you are expressing their sentiments, but it's not the group that we are talking to. So I don't want anyone who just tuned in today to get the impression that a colleague got up and accused workers in the passport office, because we could very well ask the same question. Which group of workers is the member of Fox Hill talking about, since all of us have friends, relatives, and constituents who work in these various offices where government identification is made available, and some of them do, in fact, express concerns about bad actors and imperfections in our system. So I just wanted to put that on the record as well, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The
I
Chair
don't respond to
recognizes the Honourable
foolishness.
Member for Fox Hill.
I don't respond to foolishness. I told the House, to the House, what the position is of the government of the Bahamas with regard to the issuance of passports. Now, those who want to make fluff and noise, that's their business. Not my business. My statement is my statement, and I stand by it. Yeah, well, you know.
Member. May I have a seconder?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I'm really happy that the Prime Minister took the tack he did this morning on this resolution, because I had sort of reached the point where I was wondering whether we were studying war no more, because there is this false narrative that's going around in the country about Bahama, how it came about, why it developed, and where we are now with regard to it. And so I've had the advantage of listening to the Prime Minister, and I support every word and every line, and would like to add some words of my own. In 2017, just before the general election of 2017, there was a survey done by our political party with regard to our prospects for the general election then to follow. We asked those persons gathered, what did they think that the Progressive Liberal Party had accomplished? Some of them said various things. We put the question to them, but what about Bahama? And their answer was, oh, we thought you all hired actors to stand up at that opening. That is the extent to which the propaganda on Bahama infected public opinion prior to the 2017 election. And I think history ought to record, with thanks, grateful thanks, the role of former Prime Minister Perry Christie in his vision to plan this, agree it, the cabinet to support it, and see it to the end, where it is the successful business that it is today with 5,000. And I got to tell you, what incensed me the other day, because I thought this was a dead matter, was this headline about somebody was vindicated. Vindicated what? You know, when you don't pay your bills, the bank forecloses on the mortgage, right? Simple. You don't pay, the bank forecloses. And it didn't happen once, it happened twice. And the Bahamas government had to intervene twice under the Progressive Liberal Party to rescue a failed development. And we stuck with it and made sure that it went. And then all this narrative going far and wide about what the PLP did and pressured this one and that one, all of this is just absolute rubbish. Absolute rubbish. And I say this, Madam Speaker, when you saw the latest headline, the most important thing that I read in that statement that appeared in the newspapers was this: with no admission of liability. With no admission of liability. And we know how this works, those of us who are lawyers. You know you ain't got no case. So the best thing you do is you try and apply pressure by bringing a case. And then you cause those to have to settle it because of the nuisance value. Now, I have no idea what happened at all. You know, I stay out of that. All I say is the most important line in the case was no admission of liability. And today, we have 2 hotels which are operating in the country by the investors who were involved in the construction of the hotel. The hotel is functioning as a proper facility for tourists in the Bahamas, and tens of thousands of American citizens have been guests in the hotel and have been pleased at the service they receive from the Bahamians who work there. And I want to thank, therefore, on this occasion, our tourist officials who help promote the facility. I want to thank the Bahamians who work there. But I also want to add a concern I have about the tourism sector generally. From the time I was a child, every time September and October comes up, they argue that there's a trough in the tourism sector, and Bahamian workers, and I say Bahamian workers, are laid off during that period, some of them working 2 and 3 days. I've been looking at the pictures of the Lyndon Pindling International Airport, the arrivals hall, and it's packed with people. And the headlines are saying that the country is overflowing with tourists. And I ask myself, why then, in October and September, are people being laid off in these tourism jobs? I say that because this is the main employer of our country, beside the public service. And these people have mortgages, they have bills to pay, their children have to go to school, they have to buy food. Why are they, it appears, the only sector in the country, the main sector in the country, where this trough occurs, and people are working 2 and 3 days? Throughout my constituency, that's part of the story. I'm only working 2 or 3 days. It seems to me that things ought to change in this direction, because you cannot tell me that these facilities do not make money in the country. And the one I was really concerned about earlier in the year, they've come to the government asking for concessions, the Atlantis development, and at the same time announced 300 people in middle management laid off. Why is that? How is that possible? This sector is supposed to be supporting Bahamians. Bahamians are supposed to have the first call on the resources, on the jobs, and on the economic benefits of our country. So it seems to me there's something a little off or cockamamie about this. And it seems to me that those who are in this sector ought to think some more about the contribution which our workers make to the development of this country, and whether or not this trough that they say happens in the months of September, October, whether or not this can be addressed in the longer term. And I have a specific issue, because there's a young lady who was dismissed from the casino at Bahama. It's gone through the grievance procedure, and she's dismissed, so far as I've done. I've written directly to the people who run Bahama to say there seems something to me unfair about this dismissal, and it doesn't seem to have been corrected. So what I'm doing now is using this forum, in a public forum, because you work in a casino. There are 3 casinos in the country, one in Bimini, one here at Bahama, the other in Atlantis. When you get this skill, and it's a real skill to be a dealer in these casinos, and you get laid off in this country, what are you going to do for work? And the description of why she was dismissed appears to me to be so personal that someone ought to intervene to see if this could be reversed. So without calling any names, I'm making a public statement with regard to this, that this lady needs her job back, and she should get her job back, in my view, or it should be properly investigated. So I would say, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, that this is a propitious occasion to support a good facility which is making a contribution to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We've done the right thing from working on this since 20, we started on this, 2006.
2005.
2005, we've been at this, and finally got it done in 2017. And you know, one of the things that my experience has taught me with going in the outreach that we have to Middle East countries, and even the United States. Have you ever gone, for example, to the Miami International Airport and ever seen when there isn't some kind of construction going on in the United States or in that airport? Every year, there's some new thing going up. And I can't understand why that doesn't happen in the Bahamas. Because what we need is the continuation. And so the Prime Minister announced today, I'm really happy that this is going to mean a new facility to replace the old Malia facility. And tourism is, under the leadership of our Deputy Prime Minister, proving to be a dynamic product, deserves the support of all of us so that it succeeds, and that we support all the Bahamian workers, the Bahamian people who make this country successful. And the Progressive Liberal Party remains ever present in its support of the ordinary working man in this country. We believe in the Bahamas. We help to make this nation what it is. And soon we'll be appealing for our mandate to be renewed. And that will be based on the fact that we have done the work to continue the project of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We say, again, it's the best little nation in the world. And those who have ears to hear, let them hear. Thank you. I so second this motion.
Thank you, Honourable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas the Treasurer of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, hereinafter referred to as the Treasurer, a corporation sole established under Section 4.1 of the Ministry of Finance Act, Chapter 23, Revised Statute Law of the Bahamas 2000, hereinafter referred to as the Act, is seized in fee simple in possession of the hereditaments more particularly described in the schedule hereto, hereinafter referred to as the said hereditaments. Now, therefore, be it resolved that pursuant to Section 53A of the Act, and in consideration of the 2024 SSHOA entered into by the government, this House approves the conveyance by the Treasurer to Perfect Luck Assets No. 1, Limited, of the said of the sum of $1,600,000 in the currency of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wish to thank Almighty God for once again giving me this opportunity to be present, to speak on behalf of the people of Marco City, and to amplify, to give voice to their dreams and aspirations, Madam Speaker. I'm truly honored and grateful to every resident of Marco City. Madam Speaker, we have gathered today to address the resolution that was just outlined by the side opposite, Madam Speaker, and second, for the conveyance, Madam Speaker, of the parcel of land to complete the process of the conveyance of the parcel of land to the group mentioned. This side has no opposition to this. It would have been good, Madam Speaker, had we been given more information. The Prime Minister sought to mention the amount that was received, 1.6 million. My colleague who will follow has a background in real estate and may be able to comment on the value of acreage in that particular area. But my purpose is not to delve into all of the details concerning the specifics of this transaction, but to simply say that we are not here to take issue with this. But, Madam Speaker, I will take issue with the comments made by the Prime Minister and by the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, and the member for Fox Hill, who I would certainly speak to during the course of my presentation. Madam Speaker, it is most unfortunate that what could have been a simple, straightforward discussion about government taking action to facilitate the forward movement of a development has unfortunately devolved into something else. Chest beating, patting on back by the Prime Minister and, of course, by the member for Fox Hill. And what is so ironic about it, Madam Speaker, is some of the remarks made by the Prime Minister, and it is now a narrative clearly in this administration where they love to accuse the Free National Movement of talking down the Bahamas, talking down Bahamians, etc., which is an absolute lie. It is an untruth, Madam Speaker. And they say it often, Madam Speaker, because they have no monopoly on caring about Bahamian people, and they have no track record of showing that they have traditionally acted on behalf of the Bahamian people, more so than anybody else. That's a fact. And even among the group that traditionally people used to associate with the PLP, struggling Bahamians, they are a shadow of the PLP of the past, a shadow. So I don't believe that the average Bahamian believes, the struggling man and woman over the hill, from the top of Fort Finn Castle or the top of Fort Charlotte all the way down to Robinson Road, from Nassau Street to Village Road, believes that this is an administration that is working tirelessly to improve their lot and their condition, Madam Speaker. I certainly do not believe that. So when the member for Cat Island talks about inflicting reputational damage on the Bahamas, they love to go back to a statement made by the former leader. And so I don't litigate that today. I would only say to the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, as he can see, the Free National Movement is under new management. So his conversation his conversation about reputational damage, he need only look at their administration. So here's the irony of the presentation by the member for Cat Island. This is one of the comments that he made, that the things that the FNM said about Bahama sends certain signals to the international community. It is the same, you can look at your presentation. Yeah, no, you look at it, that's not my job. If you're taking issue, just rebut, but it's not my job to go back through that. The bottom line is, Madam Speaker,
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Caroline Rumkey and St. Salvador.
My comments about the characterization of what is happening, or what happened at Bahama when we were opening it, it's on record. Right? It's recorded, and I can lay them. I didn't intend to lay it, but I can lay them. And what I said about it, Madam Speaker, when I'm talking about the international community, what I'm saying, it wasn't tied to how he described it. I described it to show how the contrast between you and I, or the FNM and the PLP. That's what I did. What I said, Madam Speaker.
What did I say that you were taking issue with? That's what the point of order.
No.
Help me understand.
No.
What did I say that you're taking issue with? Because you spoke and I listened.
Honorable member.
I want to know. What did I say?
Honorable member.
What did I say?
Honorable member. He's raising on
point of order.
to say that what you said
Point of order.
was untrue.
What he said, I said was not true. And what he said was that I attributed remarks to the former Prime Minister, Dr. Minnis. He wanted to remind me that the FNM is now under new management, not new leadership. I take the difference. New management, he wanted to remind me of that. And that has something to do, that those comments were tied to how the international community viewed us as a country. That's what I understood him to be saying. I said no such thing. What I did was all domestic. What he was saying about the opening, calling it fake, disastrous provisions, and blah, blah, blah. And then I went on to say, right, to contrast the PLP from the FNM, I went on to say that this resolution, right, the transfer of the property, was contained in a memorandum in the heads of agreement signed in 2019. I was not the government in 2019. That's what I was talking about. In 2019, the Bahama. No, that's the contrast, because I was contrasting.
The issue is simply this. The member for Kent Island, Rumkey and St. Salvador, not just in 1, 2, 3, or 4 presentations, seek to give the impression that the Free National Movement talks down the reputation of the country and individuals. And I am saying it is not only untrue, it is a lie. And I want to point out,
Honorable member.
and so, Madam Speaker,
Honorable member, I am right here, and I did not hear the honorable member. Talk down. He was contrasting.
And so, Madam Speaker, I wish to continue my.
The chair recognizes.
I wish to
the honorable
continue my
member for
presentation.
Cat Island,
What is the point of order?
Madam Speaker, I was showing the distinction between the FNM and the PLP. We honored the commitments made by them. And I said, not honoring commitments is looked at by the international community. They want to ensure that they have a government when they don't want, whatever agreement they entered into with a government, if the government changed, the government coming in would rely on it. That's what I said. I had nothing to do with the commentary. You see, at the end of the day, they call it fake. They call the terms that we entered into disastrous, right? They ridicule Prime Minister Christie and much more. I can say much more than what they had to say about it. But 4 months after they got into office, what was fake became a reality to them. It was a Damascus moment for them.
Thank you, honorable member. Marcus, you may proceed.
Madam Speaker, I continue where I left off. The same member Phuket Island Rumkins in Salvador, I recall attending the opening, Madam Speaker, of the cruise port. The same cruise port development that was shepherded by the Free National Movement, both the member for Phuket Island Rumkins in Salvador and the member for Exuma attended, made remarks, again celebrated it as an important transformational moment for the country. The PLP, prior to the election, are on record as having a different view altogether on the matter. So when he talks about Bahama, carry on. But what I do know is in a similar fashion, they had lots to say about that particular project. So this attempt to act brand new as if there are matters that some members of an administration take issue with ahead of an election and then embrace afterwards. This is not, I mean, this is not newsworthy or noteworthy. My point is, and my point stands, I've sat in this parliament, I've stood in this parliament, and I've heard over and over again, the PLP celebrates the Bahamas globally, the FNM doesn't. It is untrue. It is a falsehood, Madam Speaker. And if this administration is concerned about the reputation of the Bahamas, there are a number of actions they would discontinue taking that we believe inflict reputational damage on the Bahamas. And so they often say, be careful of what you say, because what you say is carried internationally, and it could paint a picture of the governance of the country. And that's the point the Prime Minister, on his point of order, just reiterated. He is saying, we did this, because not to do this signals to the international community certain things about the quality of leadership and whether or not leadership is prepared to honor past agreements that they enter into. That's the point that he made. And I'm saying that this Prime Minister is in many ways not qualified to make that statement, even on this, he makes this point on this resolution, while they themselves have made a number of decisions that sends the wrong signal to the international community. And so let me go through a couple of them for you. It is rich, Madam Speaker, that the Prime Minister seeks to use the evolution of the Bahama project as the banner he wishes to hold up to the world as good governance by an administration. Because, Madam Speaker, they're in no position to hold up Bahama as good governance. Were there decisions made by the former Prime Minister that assisted in the forward movement of that project? Oh, of course, Madam Speaker. I know well the discussions around the labor component and how many Bahamians ought to be integrated in the project. In fact, he probably did a better job than the Davis administration, who is still struggling to tell the public what the labor component is going to be on the new hospital, the new specialty hospital that they intend to build. They don't seem to have either their ducks in a row or the courage to say to the Bahamian people whether or not there will be less than 50% or 50% of the labor force is going to be Bahamian or not. So when you hold up Bahama and you're saying, hey, there are some things we did that the others couldn't do or refused to do or didn't believe in, I'm just saying, Madam Speaker, you should tell the whole story. Because this is the same Bahama that the same administration that he served in as Deputy Prime Minister was being accused of conflict of interest in that matter. This administration. So if he wishes to hold up Bahama, tell the whole story. Tell the story on why some believe that a part of the basis of the court action, that those who felt that they were aggrieved and disadvantaged, that they in fact went to court asserting that there was a conflict of interest. And so the Prime Minister is holding up this project, but not willing to talk about the messiness of this project by virtue of having persons related to senior advisors receiving a payment that persons to date seem not to understand what the purpose of that payment was. So much so that it is named in court document and it is a part of what is relied upon to have a judgment that we now have today surrounding Bahama. So if the Prime Minister wants to talk about the poster child of good PLP governance, then he has to explain to that same international community that he wishes to accuse the FNM of putting out statements that may sully the name of the country, it is under their administration that they made certain decisions involving themselves, and some say they went too far in the level of their involvement in the project, so much so that future court actions responded to the claim of a conflict of interest and seemed to have supported in its judgment that there was some sort of collusion or conflict of interest between the sitting government and the developer, one of the partners in the development of Bahama. So let the member for Rumkey and Cat Islands in Salvador, as he beat his chest, as he pats himself on the back, and talk about them being the model of good governance, let him explain why today that we have several critical tourism assets that many persons are concerned about the future status of those assets by virtue of what happened under their administration, Madam Speaker. So Madam Speaker, that's one of the issues. Madam Speaker, I could go further, but I won't. I will only say this much today, because we'll come to this again. That one of the same persons related to that project, is now embedded in another multinational company that is doing business in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, who we have no fundamental problems with that company. We believe that the business, the investment they have in the Bahamas is good investment. We know that they wish to expand their footprints in the Bahamas, but we are worried about some of the advice that they are receiving from one side of the political equation in this country, Madam Speaker. And in the fullness of time, we will talk more about the company that primarily operates in Grand Bahama and is seeking to expand its footprint. We wish not for politics to sully the future development of the Bahamas in general or Grand Bahama in particular. So when they start talking about good governance, when you have figures who are central to the Bahama conflict, similarly now embedded in other companies, we have concern. And I'll leave that there for the moment, Madam Speaker. Let me go further. The Prime Minister, rather than talk more about land policy, which, again, I would presume that the resolution is related to how governments use land to facilitate further development. And obviously, Madam Speaker, we use land for agriculture development, housing development, industrial development, etc. Rather than the Prime Minister elaborate on a vision, as we have said, we intend to use Bahamian land to again launch the largest housing projects in the history of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and to shave substantially costs of the largest investment that the average Bahamian family would ever make on any item. And we will use Bahamian land and its conveyance to transform Bahamians' lives in a way that has never been done. We will complete, Madam Speaker, the land audit that has been going on under successive administrations and can't seem to be completed, Madam Speaker. We'll go further, Madam Speaker. What is the point of order?
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Cat Island, Rumkey and San Salvador.
The member conveys.
Honourable member, allow the member to speak to
The member,
order, please.
the member is introducing an issue of land policy, because we are here dealing with a matter that they agreed to. We are fulfilling their arrangement. So what does land policy do? What does land policy do with my fulfilling their promise and their obligation? That's what we're doing. So there's no need. I will decide how I present my, right? And what I'm saying, Madam Speaker, right, that the member ought to suggest that I should be speaking about it. It's rather fortuitous.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, we are in your hands with respect to the ruling, but it is abusive for the member to get up and not state what the point of order is when we are required to say we are required to say what the point of order is. We are required, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, as I said before, one would have expected that he talked about, again, land policy and the use of land for the transformation of the housing sector or agriculture or industrial sector, or to talk about maritime planning and how it is important for the Ministry of Tourism, the Ministry of Transport, the Ministry of the Environment, and the Ministry responsible for fisheries to engage in a discussion on how we are going to use our marine environment, Madam Speaker, and, of course, to complete the land audit, Madam Speaker. There's also a need, Madam Speaker, as we discuss this resolution, to look at an audit with respect to the granting of land leases, crown grants, and the use by this government of the compulsory acquisition of land that some residents have argued that the government is taking land from them and giving it to their supporters. And this is an accusation, Madam Speaker, that has been leveled by residents, particularly in the Fox Hill community. So Madam Speaker, don't just sing it, bring it, Madam Speaker. And so with respect to the land policy, we did not hear this from this Prime Minister in this debate. What he sought to do, Madam Speaker, he sought to talk about Bahama, which I've already said was a bad example for him to use, having sat as Deputy Prime Minister, and now we are in the international arena being examined for the accusation of a government colluding with a construction company to wrestle away a project from an investor. That's what the Prime Minister introduced today in his presentation. We had no intention on going down that road, but we wish to remind the public that the same banner that he has held up is the same banner, Madam Speaker, that the world is looking at, that he participated in as a senior member of the PLP, and further as the Deputy Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, when he wants to talk about, or this administration wishes to talk about, what signals do we send to the public by our actions or inactions, we remind them. We remind them that they promise to shake the tree so that the bad apples will fall out, Madam Speaker. Note, as he makes a distinction between management and leadership, note he didn't say he planned to dig up any tree that's consistently producing corrupt fruit. He just can shake it, Madam Speaker. But what we understand that to mean, we understand it to mean that they never come forward with the reports of investigations that they promised the Bahamian people that they would come with. One, Madam Speaker, was in the aftermath of a then director in immigration raising concerns about a minister operating outside of the boundaries of his duty and quite possibly engaging in matters of granting of citizenship without the requisite cabinet conclusion. The member for Kid Island, Rumpke in San Salvador, was more concerned about how that information got into the public domain than he was more concerned about the whistleblower and how the information got out, rather than being concerned about, was it fact? Were there cases where it was done, that action was carried out, there was naturalization, without a cabinet conclusion? Where is the investigation he promised during that period? We have not yet seen that investigation. There was concerns about explosive voice notes and a case that ensued. Again, during that period, we heard discussions about a thorough investigation is being done with agencies locally and internationally. I have not heard, Madam Speaker, and maybe I missed it, the update on what have those investigations, if anything, yield, Madam Speaker. And so, again, this administration claims that it is concerned about the reputation of the country. They spent $10 million through Ministry of Tourism to address a smear campaign that they then initially sought to give the impression that maybe it's the side opposite. Clearly, it was not the side opposite. But what we're concerned about is their internal war to try and figure out how was the $10 million spent to address this smear campaign. That's a part of their internal discussion. So we are saying when you are concerned about the reputation of the country, again, point to who is seeking to damage it. You've spent funds. How did you spend funds? And what were the results of committing $10 million to addressing these attacks that you talked about, that none of us on this side had anything to do with or was aware, certainly I was not aware of it. So Madam Speaker, if they are concerned about the reputation of this country, then this government should again address the issue of good governance, competitive bidding, rather than $410 million in direct awards without any competitive bidding, Madam Speaker. And let me go further. That's only a fraction of what they have spent in direct awards, because we don't have any reporting from Ministry of Tourism for the last 2 years plus. The tourism has not released any documents showing who they are signing tens of millions of dollars of contracts with, Madam Speaker. That doesn't include contracts by a number of the state-owned enterprises that have gone to individual companies, Madam Speaker. So we are, in our view, north of $500 million in direct awards. Again, companies from the Bahamas and from overseas no doubt would have loved to be involved in a competitive bidding process, as happens in country where there's good governance. But this is the same administration who locks out everyone else so that they could determine very specifically who the few are who will benefit from these contracts, Madam Speaker. That also sends the wrong signal to the local entrepreneur who wants an opportunity and the international investor who wants an opportunity, Madam Speaker. So egregious is this government in that kind of behavior that no less than the Deputy Prime Minister pointed to the Prime Minister as the person who signed an agreement in Exuma, where he's the Member of Parliament, Madam Speaker, for a $1 billion deal with the moorings, putting down moorings. And even though the outrage of the community forced the Prime Minister to cancel the event, Madam Speaker, we really don't believe it's fully canceled. Because guess what, Madam Speaker? They ain't removed no moorings out of the water. The trailers are still there with additional stuff in it. Some are still on the property adjacent and opposite the trailers. And then the government, Madam Speaker, came during the budget presentation and passed a little tiny bill, it must be 2 or 3 pages in it, that we said give the clear impression, that maritime bill, that what they are seeking to do is to plug one of the holes that would allow them to come back and reissue that same contract, Madam Speaker. No less than the Deputy Prime Minister took issue with the mooring deal and said it was a good thing that it was canceled. In other words, to break it down in layman's terms, it was a good thing that the Prime Minister, in facing the weight of public outrage, reversed himself. And so the Deputy Prime Minister was over a figurative bowl of water, washing his hands like Pontius Pilate to absolve himself from that situation, Madam Speaker. So when we are concerned about reputational damage to the country, it is those billion-dollar deals, that over $500 million worth of single-source direct award contracts that locks out the average Bahamian, who this government, who I said is a shadow of the previous PLP, this government who promised to wipe every tear from every eye, and without crediting Revelation in the process of using it, all of those struggling persons do not have an opportunity, Madam Speaker, to eat from the trough, because the PLP has determined the select group of people who are going to eat under their administration, Madam Speaker. And on that day, the Deputy Prime Minister said, enough is enough. I don't know these people who eat. They ain't my people who eating. So let me shut this down and show the people in Exuma, I with y'all. I with y'all. So Madam Speaker, if the PLP administration is concerned about the image and reputation of the country, they have to behave differently, Madam Speaker. They have to act in a way that people will see their consistent actions as being ethical and legal, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister, the member for Cat Island, Wamkin, St. Salvador, got on his feet in this House on multiple occasions and savaged ordinary Bahamians and international agencies who were working with them who were feeding people during one of the most difficult periods we've had in our country in the pandemic. Savage them, accuse them of wrongdoing, Madam Speaker, of stealing money related to the feeding program. That's what the accusation was, Madam Speaker.
I can't allow you.
And I can give you, I'll give you two examples. That's essentially what happened. It's essentially what happened.
I will have that stricken from the record. I can't allow.
Madam Speaker, even with my voice, I've listened to this fiction being written, the new book being written in our presence, quoting things that were never said by persons who are not here now, the DPM, making allegations about legality and talking about people suspecting illegality. That is not honorable.
No, that's
That is not an honorable thing to do. And the member for Marco City needs to start to act honorably and repeating what other people say. And it could be Jeremy, who's walking up and down Shirley Street. If he says something, Marco City will come in here and repeat it and say somebody has said it. And that is what he's been doing. And it is disgraceful. And what is more, he talks about talking down the country, and then he comes in here and just does it. It is just amazing. The bottom line to it, Madam Speaker, is the member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador said people bought back money, which happened as a fact, that there wasn't full accounting. The report actually said something that was disclosed, that people were paid fees. Nobody knew that. Now we know that. And Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador talked about the need to do accounting. And an allegation of a need to do accounting is not the story, the fiction that the politrickster is now running in this House.
Madam Speaker, I would know that the member didn't give me the specific, or the public, the specific examples of what I said, but let me go to the food program in particular. Madam Speaker, they arrested folks. Parade them, drive them up and down. Arrested. Madam Speaker, and some people are qualified to even be responding to this, but let me leave that for the moment. So, Madam Speaker, what was said, Madam Speaker, specifically, was that there were funds that they could not account for, right? Madam Speaker, which we knew to be untruths. I stood on my feet, having participated in that program in Grand Bahama, which involved the Christian Council, Madam Speaker, private organizations, including the Chamber, including the Port, all various groups getting together to provide assistance to people. So, Madam Speaker, the persons that the member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador referred to, Madam Speaker, the Auditor General, Madam Speaker, conducted a report and did not confirm the nonsense that was said by the insinuations that were put on the public and international record, Madam Speaker. And this is the point I'm making. Persons assist Bahamians who are going through a difficult time. Some of them are Bahamians, some are foreigners. There are others who donate who are from other countries. If you say to the international community, I just want you to know, when you help Bahamians through these various organizations, chances of them feeling the benefit of it is slim to none, because you heard what the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas said. So that audit, the audit that was done by the Auditor General, was a wonderful thing, again, to inspire afresh people of goodwill who wish to help Bahamians, but whose trust may have been shaken by his characterization of the program itself and individuals who participated in it. And it was and is shameful, and he is unwilling to apologize, unwilling to do so. And yet the member for Freetown wishes to come and sanitize an obscene set of actions.
And Speaker, on and on and on, writing stories, requiring people to account is exactly what Marco City runs on with about governance. To speak to speak, Madam Speaker, about actually
Member-
accounting. Speaking about.
This is interrupting, you know. It's against the rules.
Interrupting her.
Implemented the rules.
North Abaco isn't interrupting me. You are interrupting me. Yeah. So, Madam Speaker, the only point made was the need to find records. And any person internationally or locally who has a difficulty with that should question why. And so, yes, people took issue during Dorian that you had to sign in for customs when you bought stuff. And nobody objected to it. They just wanted it to be more seamless. And so nothing Marco City said that would say that any person handling millions of dollars in public funds to feed those terribly in need at the time should feel free not to have to account for it. And the only point the Prime Minister made, and I remember it clearly, was that some people returned money that they didn't even know needed to be returned, which in and of itself demonstrates somebody not accounting, or you would have known that this person has money to come back. And so characterizing, demanding accountability and accounting for millions of dollars while people were hungry. The one point, if I may finish the point of order, the one point that the Auditor General did clearly show was that persons were receiving payment for managing a program, when Great Commission didn't receive a commission, where all sorts of persons didn't. And so when you get the accounting, then you speak. But to mischaracterize in this fictional way is not honorable.
Honorable member.
You call people thieves when you
What I find rich about talking about honorable, these members, Madam Speaker, from the side opposite, have sat when we have mentioned on multiple occasions that they have put $20.2 million in what we call a ghost or a shell company and refuse to explain to the public what the situation is. So when you hear the member for Freetown, this is why you have to question, Madam Speaker, what motivates some of the comments. If you are serious about accountability, which he just spent time, Madam Speaker, he just spent time saying the questions raised were about accountability, seeking clarity on matters. I have raised questions. I've written to the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and St. Salvador, seeking clarity and accountability on $20.2 million put into a company that, again, clearly was not on the register as a functioning company, who we don't know who the board of directors are. We don't know what the money was used for. So if you want to be accountable for that. Be accountable for the $300 million that you have as a result of the bond offering, and what are you doing with that? We could give you example after example, Madam Speaker, of lack of accountability. So when they come with this red herring and this deflection as if they are committed to transparency and accountability, Madam Speaker, the public knows better, and that world they keep talking about out there also knows better, Madam Speaker. I close with this, Madam Speaker. The member for Rumkey and St. Salvador and, again, Cat Island made the point about how the tourism industry is performing. What we have said historically, Madam Speaker, is that under successive administrations, the cruise passenger that come to the Bahamas have in fact grown. What we have also been concerned about, which is why we have made recommendations around the need for a strategic plan to increase stopover visitors. That's what the issue is, Madam Speaker. We are not extracting sufficient from the arriving cruise passengers because of a scarcity of attractions, which we share responsibility for. Again, transportation experts not receiving sufficient share of that, Madam Speaker. Insufficient persons leaving the ports that are built and owned by the cruise ships. But the bigger issue is we have not done sufficient to, again, launch a strategic plan to increase stopover visitors. That line has been virtually flat for over successive administrations, Madam Speaker, particularly when you look at the state of Florida. So when this government is beating its chest and patting itself on the back, it should be honest about the challenges we face and then put forth their vision for how we intend to fix it. And that's why we've been talking about the various things we would do in the tourism space to, again, increase stopover visitors in the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. And so, again, I end where I began. It would have been wise, in my view, for the Prime Minister to have addressed the transfer of the property or the completion of what had begun under us, and to, again, talk about whatever the land use, the land policy is of the government. But, again, he chose Bahama as his poster child for an example of PLP good governance. And locally and internationally, again, the narrative says something totally different. He touted success of the PLP, but we've learned, Madam Speaker, he does not have a surplus. They have increased the subventions to the state-owned enterprises, Madam Speaker, and much of the reputational damage being inflicted on the Bahamas is being inflicted by poor actions or inaction of the Davis-Cooper administration. And with that, Marco City rests, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmani. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Whenever the podium reaches, I will commence. Being a preacher man, I have to wait for the podium. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Ain't started yet, hold up. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to address this Parliament. I stand here today on behalf, once again, of the good, resilient, and hardworking people of Central Grand Bahama. And as usual, I shan't be long, so whoever's next, get ready. Good. Madam Speaker, I speak to the communities in Central Grand Bahama, like Hunters, Hannah Hill, Lewis Yard, Prentice Point, Williams and Russell Towns, those communities that was initially the bedrock of the island of Grand Bahama. People who, Madam Speaker, understand the value of land because they know what it means to fight for the development of their communities. We are here, Madam Speaker, to debate a resolution to approve the conveyance of 2.077 acres of prime land in the Western District of New Providence to Perfect Lock Asset Number 1 Limited. The price tag, Madam Speaker, as was indicated earlier, on this asset is $1.6 million B dollars, not yen, B dollars. Madam Speaker, let me be clear from the onset. I am not opposed to investment. I'm not opposed to the success of the Bahama Resort Complex. We are aware, Madam Speaker, that Perfect Lock assets involved in entities associated with that development. If this land, Madam Speaker, which is described as the parking site near West Bay Street, is necessary for the expansion, and that is what we are here discussing today. We can discuss this further. However, Madam Speaker, I must lay down my professional skills as an architect and as a representative of the people. I cannot simply rubber stamp a resolution that leaves so many questions unanswered. My duty here is to, my duty is to the Bahamian asset, the land, and ensure we are getting maximum value for it. The valuation, Madam Speaker, of $1.6 million to Perfect Lock the buyer begs a few questions. Madam Speaker, 2.007 acres of land at $1.6 million, when you do the math, that equates to approximately $770,000 per acre. Madam Speaker, this is West Street. This is the Western District. If you look at the current real estate listing for commercial frontage in this area, you will see prices often greatly exceeding $1 million per acre of commercial prime land. I have to ask the government, though, and through you, Madam Speaker, what is the date of the appraisal used to determine this price? I heard something that was referred to earlier. The resolution referenced, Madam Speaker, a 2019 supplemental head of agreement and a 2024 second supplemental head of agreement. Madam Speaker, I'm putting the question on the floor. Did we agree to a price in 2019 and simply apply it to sale in 2025? So I assure you, Madam Speaker, the value of land today is not the same as it was 6 years ago, particularly in that area. If the Bahamian people are selling an asset, we should be selling it, in my view, at today's market value, not at a negotiated rate some 6 years ago, even though we may have been locked in. We are facilitators, Madam Speaker, of business, yes, but we also are not a charity. We must guard the Bahamian people's asset. Madam Speaker, the resolution asks us to approve this sale in consideration of the 2024 SSHOA entered into by the government. I must ask the question, Madam Speaker, where are the details of this 2024 agreement? I'm sure it will be tabled later. What are the specific obligation of perfect lot assets? The resolution mentions, Madam Speaker, the land was originally intended, and again, this is where my architectural background kicks in, for proper redevelopment. Madam Speaker, what does proper redevelopment mean in 2025? I look for site plans. Are we selling 2 acres of prime land to just remain a flat parking lot? Or is there a commitment to vertical construction that creates jobs for Bahamian contractors and architects? I see what's going to happen across the way, but that magnificent rendering that the Prime Minister portrayed earlier across the way. But what's going to happen on that real site, the one that we are speaking about? Madam Speaker, we cannot continue the practice of bringing resolutions to this House that reference heads of agreement without tabling the specific clauses that ensures the Bahamian people's interest is protected. Madam Speaker, as usual, I must pivot a bit to my island of Grand Bahama and look at the Grand Bahamian perspective. Madam Speaker, I cannot stand here and watch land in New Providence be conveyed so easily or so expeditiously without speaking to the reality in Grand Bahama. In my constituency of Central Grand Bahama, we fight for basic infrastructure. As I indicated earlier on yesterday, I pushed for boat ramps in Hunters and Hannah Hill, projects that are vital for the Seaport Village concept to empower our local fishermen and tourism operators. Yet, Madam Speaker, here in Nassau we see a resolution to transfer 2 acres to a foreign entity for $1.6 million, expedited by a second supplementary head of agreement. If we are going to facilitate land transfer for mega resorts in New Providence, Madam Speaker, we must show the same urgency for the economic engines of Grand Bahama. And yes, I am Grand Bahama centric. We are suffering. If we sold 2 acres of land in Freeport to an investor, we would demand to know exactly how many jobs it would create. We should demand the same here. Madam Speaker, I want to offer constructive solutions. Here's how we fix this process for the future, Madam Speaker. And I know, as Cal Allen indicated, he's only building on something that was started in 2019. Madam Speaker, we need to stop treating land sales as simple real estate transactions and start treating them as economic development agreement. It should mean more to our people. I propose, Madam Speaker, 3 requirements for all future land resolutions. No resolutions for land sales should be tabled without a valuation report from an independent government-approved appraisal dated within, say, 6 months of the debate. We need to know, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Bahamian people, that we are getting fair market value. We cannot sell prime property today at 1964's value. If we sell land for redevelopment, Madam Speaker, the conveyance must contain a clause that says if vertical construction does not commence within 24 months, the land reverts to the treasurer at the original purchase price. We cannot, Madam Speaker, allow investors to land bank Bahamian soil where our people need access to property. Now, I'm happy to see that there's rendering and there are plans on the way to construct a mega resort. But I have to go back, Madam Speaker, to a situation in Grand Bahama that I often reference in this place, where a major development came to the island, got all of the government concessions, tax concessions, hotel corporation, the government helped with marketing and promotion. And this entity went through hurricane, collected insurance money, skipped town, didn't reinvest the money in the property in Grand Bahama, Freeport, where we need it, and have the money somewhere invested in another country where they are flourishing with their resorts. The land, and the problem I have with that, Madam Speaker, is not only did they abandon this piece of land over almost 30 years ago, they still own the land. It didn't revert back to the treasurer. That is unfair to our people. If you abandon the property, you leave, it should go back to the people. So we, and here as legislators, we need to safeguard against that happening again. It is a crying shame. And there's absolutely nothing that we can do about it. So we negotiate our heads of agreement moving forward. We need to make sure that we act in the best interest of our people. Lease the land, have them put down a bond. If they skip town, we have something that we can hold back on behalf of the people. It is very important. Madam Speaker, the resolution should explicitly state the economic benefit. Don't just tell me this is 1.6 million. Tell me the sale will result in X amount of construction activities and Y number of permanent jobs. If it's just for parking lease sale, again, perhaps, Madam Speaker, if it's only for a parking lot, perhaps we should lease the land. Don't sell the fee simple. It's not for major development. It's only for a flat parking lot. Let's keep it. Lease it to them. But here we are today with the decision, and we could reference what happened back in the FNM days or now, that we are selling it for a flat parking lot. What are the benefits to the everyday Bahamian? Once it's sold, it's gone. It's done. So, Madam Speaker, as I said, I promise to be brief. In closing, I view this resolution, Madam Speaker, with a critical eye and from the background of an architect. Madam Speaker, while I support the continued success of the tourism product, I'm not convinced, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people, that 1.6 million represents the best value for that piece of land, 2 acres of land on West Bay Street in 2025. I, Madam Speaker, will ask the government to table the appraisal, clarify the price, if it was locked in 2019 or updated in 2024. And I called on the government to show the same speed and efficiency in resolving the land and development issues in Grand Bahama, as you do with foreign direct investors in the capital. Madam Speaker, again, something that is very disheartening. We may consider it convenience, but it's disheartening. We can often say in this place, I left home at 9 o'clock for work and got there at 5 minutes to 9. I left at 9 o'clock and got to work at 5 minutes to 9 because there's no traffic on the streets.
In Grand Bahama.
In Grand Bahama. Yeah. That may be a convenience, but it speaks to the poor state of the economy. I travel via Western Air to Nassau 2 days ago, and the member for Grand Bahama was also on the plane. And once we got on the plane, the pilot, of course, and the crew, after welcoming the passengers on board, said once again, welcome to the flight. We are number 1 for takeoff. I've been hearing that for the last 10 years. We're the only one for takeoff. There's no traffic backup. It's not efficiency. It doesn't exist. While we may enjoy the convenience of that, it speaks to the bad state of the economy. So let us evoke a sense of urgency. I know we've been trying, but let's try harder. If we've been doing the same thing over and over and over, and Grand Bahama is not moving, need to switch the way we do things. I heard the Prime Minister say that on Saturday in High Rock, that he believes he has the solution now. We understand what the issue is for Grand Bahama. We're about to take off. Right before takeoff, something happens and we crash. Right before takeoff, everyone is happy. We are optimistic. Right before the island starts moving, boom, it crashes. So, Madam Speaker, while I support the resolution, once again, I'm asking that we also treat Grand Bahama with the same level of urgency, where development takes place and those who come to the island and take advantage of the government concessions are brought to justice. If they do not invest, if they do not produce jobs, according to the heads of agreement, if they do not bring tourists to the island, if they do not create economic activities, then we ought to find a way to bring these properties back to the people. And one thing we also need to speak to in this Parliament, Madam Speaker, is the fact that both governments often talk about unemployment numbers. Unemployment numbers are down. That is good when unemployment numbers go down. But let us start talking about entrepreneurship, ownership going up. It is good for unemployment to go down, but let's speak more about how we're going to make our Bahamian people owners. How are we going to create more businessmen and businesswomen? Because when the mega resorts come, when the cruise port comes, yeah, we create jobs. But how far is that going to really build economic power for our people? We need, in addition to these job creation, find ways to find grants, create opportunities for all of us to be owners, where we can be employers also, as opposed to just being a worker where the money just goes from hand to mouth, from paycheck to paycheck. Once again, Madam Speaker, on behalf of Central Grand Bahama, I support the resolution. Central Grand Bahama is watching. May God bless Central Grand Bahama, and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Central Grand Bahama rests. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Pinewood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the great people of the Pinewood constituency, whose support I am forever grateful for, Madam Speaker. I promise to continue to represent their interests in this place. Madam Speaker, I'm going to be very brief. Before I start, Madam Speaker, I too would like to congratulate the new member for Golden Isles. I wish him well, and I'm sure he'll present good representation to the good people of Golden Isles. And I also echo the sentiments expressed yesterday by Golden Isles and Marco City with reference to two things. One is elevation in this place to those who were not fortunate to have a private school education, in particular junior or senior high. Myself, Garden Hills, and Marco City all come out of Tiger Country. And we three plus Mount Moriah makes four. We are S.C. McPherson Sharks. So those kids in the public school system, 1 and 1 is 2, whether it's that school off Prince Charles and Fox Hill. No. I call my school name. You know, we have the example of the member for Kid Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. This country is built by individuals who may have started out not under the best of conditions, but was prepared to put in the work and the discipline. Secondly, like a member of Golden Isles, we too are hotel workers. I think St. Barnabas had a short stint there. But I would have, yeah. We both started out in food and beverage. Him as a busboy. I started out as an assistant cook in the Quayaba Chinese restaurant. May 24th, 1982. 1984, Madam Speaker, I then transferred into then Common Kitchen.
which was the old Bahamian Club and Villa d'Est. And then into the casino in '87 as a croupier or dealer, promoted to supervisor in '92, and promoted to pit manager in '97. And so, Madam Speaker, as it relates to this resolution here, I hear Marco City mention the price of land. Madam Speaker, there was not a time not too long ago where Bama and Atlantis was not supposed to coexist because they had the same market. I think the word used was cannibalizing one for the other. 2025, they seem to coexist very well, Madam Speaker. And as it relates to the price for the some 2 acres central, you know, the former Prime Minister Ingram, I don't know if St. Barnabas was young enough to remember this. The 2 hotels on the Cable Beach Strip that is now Breezes and Sandals, that was a fire sale. I think the price was some $7 million for both of them. I remember the cry of them. Now imagine the hundreds of people still employed. We were at Breezes opening the other day. Breezes are 30th anniversary, where there are some individuals who started out 30 years ago and still there. Sandals is doing well. So, you know, on the island, my grandparents would say, don't let 50 cents cost you $1. The whole idea of this sale of what may be 1.6 million pales in comparison what may be lost there on value. They may be $2 or $3 million. For those 500 construction workers, Madam Speaker, for those 400 to 500 permanent jobs, that's but a small price to pay at the end of the day for the millions that will go into the Treasury, whether it be for VAT, whether it be for salaries, whether it be for electricity, whether it be for water, whether it be supplies that are ordered here and other contractors. Sometimes we must look beyond what is just paid initially. And Madam Speaker, the member for Fox Hill raised an issue. And I'm sure Golden Isles would agree with this. I just hope that when this tower is built, I pray that there is a change in attitudes towards Bahamian talent, because St. Barnabas would know this, and so would Golden Isles. There were individuals that I work with, whether it be in the kitchen or in the casino, Madam Speaker, were not given opportunities that clearly they were qualified for. And I speak for those hotel workers who put in decades. We go into restaurants now and we have our meals. And I've been to Atlantis a few times. On Tuesdays when I was in the kitchen, Madam Speaker, we made our pastas from scratch, all of them, on all of the sauces. Made down in the pastry shop. Lou Hines would have been the pastry chef at the time. And so I look at people who are now coming towards retirement, people who I worked the range with, Charlie Cox and Bobby Stubbs and Barry Quant and Rodney Bain. Individuals who clearly had the talent, but for whatever reason, were never given an opportunity. And I don't question, Madam Speaker, deals that were signed by both parties, governments and hotels. But we live in a time where 150 work permits go a long way in pigeonholing a lot of talented Bahamian people. And I think I have an obligation to speak for those who speak to me on a daily basis. The hotel industry is well represented in Pinewood. So that means any one of our mega resorts through the world favorite trade nation status, if you get 30 departments, the top 5 could be a foreigner. That's 150 people, Madam Speaker. I hope we get to that point where our workers who put in their time will be rewarded. I hope that it starts with this new facility or even before then. But I look at myself as a pit manager, I stood on the shoulders of people like Adam Brister and Johnny Tynes and Willie Nairn and Floyd Miller. None of them ever became managers in terms of running the casino joint. And we know that you could run a casino with full Bahamian talent. I have confidence that you could put dealers from Atlantis or Bahama on any table in any casino on the planet, and they'd be able to hold their own, because we dealt to Kerry Parker. And for those who don't understand casino language, he was one of the biggest whales. Before Rupert Murdoch, it was Parker. And so we know what it is. And so my time here I want to use in promoting Bahamian talent. I hope that what happens out at Bahama, I'm sure that it will be successful. They have a history. They have a history. But apart from that building there, very few people come back to the Bahamas just for the facilities, Madam Speaker. You could find good facilities anywhere. But those of us who come out the hotel knew that, and Golden Isles will know that when Cable Beach, the pre-Bahama was there, when they opened, they were newer than resorts. But there were individuals who never left to go Cable Beach because we felt that we were a family on Paradise Island. So I went through Jack Crosby to Donald Trump to Merv Griffin to Saul Geisner in my 19 years there. I know the talent that exists in this country. And not all are in the major resorts, Madam Speaker. But this resolution, as we sell this land to buy another project, I just hope that we get to a point where Bahamians are given their full due and given an opportunity. And that's what we all ask for, Madam Speaker. As somebody who's been there 19 years, but also saw people who played by the rules. They came in, they worked hard, they became qualified. And any hotel worker will tell you that being Bahamian was probably their own setback for moving up. We could tell you stories of 24-year-old individuals who've got 15 years of experience, and that's how they got up. These are real stories that exist, Madam Speaker. And so as I take my seat, I fully support this resolution as it advances the Bahama product and the tourism product that benefits us all in the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. And I just hope and pray that what may come out of this is a realization that Bahamians can be leaders in this industry. And one more short, Central, you know, I've been around long enough to know for what you speak about the rental of hotel properties. I've been around long enough to know when hotels were not sold, the land that they own were a 100-year lease. I also been around long enough to know that casinos paid their taxes on the drop. So that means if Atlantis drop or Bahama drop was $1 billion, the Treasury would have gotten $270 million out of that because it was on the drop itself. Whether you win or lose don't matter. So I know what it is to walk the dog, and walking the dog means we collected the cash and checks at the end of the night, and that monies were counted in the morning, led by the late Lincoln Hercules. So, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to say those brief words in support of this resolution. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Central and South Abaco. No home.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, again. As always, I'm humbly honored to stand here on behalf of Central and South Albuquerque. Today, standing on this resolution for properties of 2.1 acres for $1.6 million in the Bahamar expansion area. Before I do, if you would permit me, Madam Speaker, we do have the best of the best starting to date, the regattas. And as many know, regattas are my favorite pastime. I've been doing it all my life, and I am a bit upset that I'm not there today, but I'm happy and pleased to stand in this House in representation of Central and South Albuquerque. But I would like to say to all those at the best of the best regatta starting today and throughout the weekend, I hope you all the best. Fun, competitive sailing. It is what we do. We're sons and daughters of the sea here in the Bahamas, not just in Albuquerque, but the Bahamas. And a special good luck to my Albuquerque team. I believe we brought the Lonesome Dove, which is B class, and It Ain't Right, which is the C class.
You won the Minister's Cup.
Yeah. Yeah, I would hope to sail, but we'll see what the schedule permits me to do. But that saying, I wish everybody the best of the best, all the best. And the weather is looking really nice, looking at 8 to 14th throughout the weekend, so that's good sloop sailing weather. Speaking about this resolution, Madam Speaker, you know, I also come from a hospitality background. It's what I've done. I believe I started washing dishes at like 14 years old or something along those lines. I've worked in every position that there is in a restaurant. Marinas in multiple different countries, and that's how I paid for schooling. That's how I paid for groceries when I was young in my mother's house. That's how I got through life, and it taught me many things, especially working in different countries. It taught me what I believe what Ms. Loretta touched upon was that the hospitality industry in the hotels and the resorts and the marinas is not just facilities, but it's the people. It's the people. It's our culture. It's how open we are and how we deal with our guests from abroad coming in, or sometimes I like to call them our friends from abroad coming in. But as we continually expand and be one of the forefronts of tourism throughout this world, it is important that we continue to evolve and we continue to upgrade what we already have, and not to be complacent nor take what we have for granted. As you can see throughout the nation, we have upgrades in our airport facilities. You see the confidence that FDI, foreign direct investments, have in the Bahamas to continue growing Bahamar, adding a 4th hotel, which is important, but also different tourism products throughout our archipelago. It is very important, let me say that, the foreign direct investments and Bahamian investors are confident in this administration to continue to invest their monies in growing or starting new and expanding old tourism products throughout our archipelago. When speaking of Bahamar, which is one of our jewels in our nation, it brings to mind what I always speak about to guests throughout the world that are looking to come to the Bahamas, and in that case that we have a sort of a menu for different budgets. We don't have a one-shop all type place, but depending on what you like, what your budget is, and what you want to do, we have something for everybody. Whether you have a large family and you're looking for the bang for your buck, but really want to have a great Bahamas, or you have that extra money where you want to go high-end, like a Rosewood at Bahama or something like that, you know, and be able to have all the fixings around it. So it's important that we continue to expand, we continue to upgrade, and we continue to offer our guests from abroad a wide variety of different products so that they can come and not only enjoy themselves, but properly expand our economy through what they are spending here. And a lot of that going to, the majority of that going to our Bahamian populace. As I always do, I encourage all Bahamian entrepreneurs to take advantage of what is growing. Take advantage of what is upgrading. Note that Bahamar is upgrading and that there is going to be more opportunity for you. So I'm not here to spend too much time on this resolution. The good member from Cat Island, Brum Key, and San Salvador spoke on the particulars of what the land use was for, and that the expansion and has some great visuals there that show the upcoming fourth hotel addition to Bahamar, which is one of our jewels. But I wanted to say how important that the upgrades and the tourism product throughout our country is. It not only directly contributes to the majority of our economy, but many other sectors and industries also derive their income third party through tourism, whether you are a carpenter, whether you have a cleaning business, whether you are a dry cleaner, an electrician, whether you sell fish, whether you're a fisherman, whatever you do in this country, at some point, those monies are touching tourism. So it's very important. But I would like to double down on tourists don't come here just for our facilities. They come here because of our culture, because we are Bahamian and we know how to treat our guests. And that's what they are. They're our guests. So when they're here, be sure to treat them right so that they come back. And as I always say, tell them, tell their friends, tell their family, and have their friends tell their friends that the Bahamas is the place to be. That said, Madam Speaker, Central and South Abaco fully support this resolution, and God bless the Commonwealth of Bahamas and my good people in Abaco.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Kalani.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today, Kalani has very little to say, but there are some housekeeping matters that I would bring up, that I brought up previously, but want to remind the government of these matters that we face and are still challenges within the Kalani constituency. These are matters that I would have spoken about yesterday. And I asked the government to review the situation, the road situation in Bahamia West. It is a disaster, and we have been asking for some help for a while. Election is a far distance away, and therefore I would hope that you put us on your list as quickly as possible. We also have challenges, Madam Speaker, in the Ruby Avenue area, which is immediately west of the facility or the land that we are talking about today. And, Madam Speaker, those condominiums, the NICO condominiums, face serious problems, not only with flooding, but because of the continuous flooding throughout the year, results in continuous erosion of their parking and housing facility, cracking of the streets, potholes, etc. And Madam Speaker, I want to remind this Parliament as to the challenges that we face. As you can see, on the eastern side of this wall is where the police station, the banks, and the property that we're talking about is located. And you would notice that they are higher than the road level of Ruby Avenue and subsequently the Nico apartments. So you can imagine if this has been a chronic problem for years upon years, not only with your government, but with mine and previous government. It resulted in continuous flooding in these condominium complexes. These problems were created by us, but the results they are experiencing, numerous potholes, bad roads, etc. And yes, one may argue that that's their parking facility, but the point is, their facility is disturbed or experiencing the problem because of what we did. So it's only fair that we take the responsibility and repair their road system. Madam Speaker, that is a chronic problem, and I'm sure that the government would recognize that that's a problem created by previous governments, including their own, including my own, and including governments before then. Madam Speaker, I want to remind them again, the lights, the road, the street lights, from the western end of Goodman's Bay as far as Seaview Avenue, or what we know as the Goodman's Bay Corporate Center. Those lights are off. I walked that area again this morning, and it is extremely dark. You can hardly see your hand in front of your eyes. It poses danger to those individuals who are exercising or walking that street. Now, a very long time ago, Madam Speaker, the government had made a commitment, and I'm certain that it's even higher now. The government pays BPL $1 million per month to ensure that street lighting is provided within New Providence. $1 million per month. That was BPL. That was more than 7 years ago. And therefore, it's probably a lot more. So if the government is paying this amount of money to BPL to provide lighting, that money is the taxpayers' money. So it's only fair that we can request the repair of our streetlights within our constituencies. So that is a chronic problem, and it is presenting some security challenges to the people in the West. And the same applies to Munnings Drive. Again, they make contribution to BPL for their lighting system. Now, I understand that with the changes, Pike is responsible for the transmission and distribution, and therefore the lights presumably fall on the Pike. But we're talking about more than 7 years ago, $1 million per month that the taxpayers are paying the BPL, and yet we're having challenges with our street lights. So I would like government to address especially that corporate, that Cable Beach area. But Madam Speaker, we have even more serious problem. Goodman's Bay is an excellent exercise area for members, not only from the western area, but throughout New Providence utilize the facility. We have recreational facility, and a lot of kids utilize the Goodman's Bay recreational facility. But the challenges we see now, Madam Speaker, is vehicular traffic continuously move the barricades on Goodman's Bay and has now created a track road on the Goodman's Bay facility, including our recreational or playing facilities. And Madam Speaker, it's now a track road within the Goodman's Bay Park. And from time to time, you can see cars racing through the park and pulling jet skis. Pulling jet skis. That is what's happening on our park now. And I'm not talking hearsay. I've seen it myself. And Roads and Park would continuously put up chain to barricade and stop individuals from driving on the park. But I asked government to deal with this matter because it's only a matter of time before somebody utilizing Goodman's Bay Park will be injured. And if it's not an adult, it can be a kid, because the kids are utilizing the swings. And you can imagine cars and jet skis racing past you while children are utilizing the swings. This is an urgent matter and has to be addressed with urgency. Madam Speaker, when we're talking about roads, we must not forget the South Ocean Road, where the South Ocean subdivision is, that area that's adjacent to the old South Ocean Hotel. The road is terrible. Remember, we have heavy vehicular traffic coming from the oil facility, storage facility in the west, and the roads are continuously under repair. And at this point in time, the roads are so bad, Madam Speaker, that we need serious repair to the South Ocean Road. But we have now another problem that has created in the vicinity of King's College. Madam Speaker, believe it or not, there's a chronic problem in this country where drains are covered with grills. Now, I don't know whether those grills are copper or some other type of heavy metal. But individuals go around and steal the grills. And therefore, the drains are opened. There's a large drain now opened near King's College in the west, and cars are falling within the drain, damaging their tires and rims, etc. That is very dangerous. Now, I am certain that is a problem not only in the western New Providence, but that's a problem, Southern Shores also. But it's a chronic problem. I don't know how we stop individuals from stealing the grills of drains. Where they carry it, they melt it, I don't know. But it's a serious problem to vehicles. You can imagine driving and you hit, I mean, drains are large trenches. Madam Speaker, I asked the government, it's a serious problem in the West. A lot of our students attend King's College. A lot of individuals live beyond King's College. A lot of heavy trucks with gas travel that area. And when they hit those drains, they will make the hole even larger because of their weight, which means that a small car or a Mercedes-Benz coming, making 60 miles an hour, hit or fall in one of those drains, it's going to be disaster. Let's try and repair that before we have some. No. Now, Madam Speaker, another problem. One of the big problems we face in the Bahamas, we have laws. We have lots of laws, but we do not enforce our laws. Now, this may not be a problem in central areas, but one of the problems we're facing now, you can imagine, Madam Speaker, you are exercising, walking the Cable Beach Strip, walking the Goodman's Beach area, and suddenly you're walking in dog mess. It's now becoming a chronic problem. Individuals are walking their dogs. When they walk them in Life at Key or whatever, they're traveling with their scooper. Why do you allow your dogs to drop your mess on the Cable Beach Strip where we're walking in the sidewalk, or even in the Goodman's Bay area? And I've watched individuals, and God knows I wanted to come out and cuss a particular individual, because he knows He knows that he don't do that where he's from. So why he want to do it in our country? He should be walking, and all of them should be walking with a scooper, to ensure that, yes, you brought your dogs out. We don't have a problem with that. But at least don't leave the mess, because individuals walk in it and subsequently transport it to their homes or to restaurants, to hotels, etc., which can be a mess. So that's a matter we have to enforce our laws before that get out of hand. And those who have these pet dogs, they know what policies are from where they purchase the dogs from. Now, Madam Speaker, with respect to land resolution, the concern I have are twofold. This was raised by the member from Central Grand Bahama. The land we're talking about is in excess of 2 acres. The Cable Beach Strip is very expensive. Land beyond the Cable Beach Strip, going in between Old Fort Bay and Lyford Key, which is not as expensive as the Cable Beach Strip. That land, Madam Speaker, is going at $1 million per acre. $1 million per acre. So can you imagine the Cable Beach Strip? That land, I've spoken to several of the residents from the Westwood Villa area that impact, and I've spoken to several real estate agents, and they've informed me that that land should be sold for at least $3 to $4 million. These individuals are getting away with murder. $1.6 million. If you want to sell land of that value for $1.6 million, I would be willing to buy it today because I know the value. When I speak to members in the Westwood Villa area, they have said they would get together themselves and purchase that piece of property for $1.6 million. I ask government, do not give our land away for 1.6. It's worth $3 to $4 million. Now, if it was signed at that particular time, hold on, listen to me, listen to me, listen to me. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. So you understand, that land has gone up exponentially. Let me give you an example. An individual, no, so you'd understand, an individual who's close to me had purchased a piece of land in the West. In the West. No, it's not locked in. For $60,000. $60,000. The price of land has gone up so dramatically and exponentially that he sold the property just recently for $750,000 from $60,000. So I'm just giving an example of what has transpired since that was signed. That land since then has gone up exponentially, especially with all the development that's going along there. So look at it again. In addition to that, we were introducing a policy, and I hope governments today, tomorrow, and future would think serious about implementing such a policy. There are many Bahamians in this country who are trying to purchase land. They cannot afford the price of land in the Bahamas, especially New Providence. The government, through Crown, owns 77% of the land in the Bahamas, the Crown. We should enforce a policy, and it should be with all government, that the Crown land should always remain in the hands of Bahamians. The private land, you can sell, no problem. But the Crown must always remain in the hands of Bahamians. If individuals need such facility for development or expansion of their property, of their development, which would have a great impact in the Bahamas, on the Bahamas, then yes, one may consider, but still, it won't be sold. It may be leased so that you would not stagnate development. But at least we know that as the next generation come about, that land back to the Bahamians. So I ask, that should be a government policy to protect our land, protect our future generation. We should not sell our crown to. But, Madam Speaker, it's important for individuals to know what is intended to go on this piece of real estate that we are debating here. I've been informed that the hotel want to put the generator facility there, the power station there, and the residents in the West, especially the Westwood Villa, those who live adjoining those areas, are very concerned. You can imagine they already have the problems with flooding and road corrosion that was created by us. Now we're compounding the problem because the hotel want to put generation electrical power facility there. We're going to now experience severe noise pollution. What are they doing to mitigate that? We're going to also experience exhaust and fumes, which will have direct impact on our health. We already face a serious problem of chronic non-communicable disease and chronic respiratory problem. You are now exposing our residents in the immediate vicinity not only to noise pollution, but to respiratory challenges in the future. We will not see the challenges today, but we'll see it tomorrow. And it's our responsibility as government to protect our future generation. These are the problems that the concerns that we have, Madam Speaker. But the issue was addressed, yes, under my government. However, we have to look again at the pricing. Everything has gone up. Even our weights have gone up. I was 100-odd pounds the other day. I'm 200-odd today. Everything is going up. So, Madam Speaker, I support the resolution, but I ask government, in the interest of the West, look at what is being constructed there, protect our residents against noise pollution, protect our residents against exhaust and smoke inhalation, and subsequently respiratory problems, ailment. And we must look at the prices very seriously. You cannot buy land in that area at $1.6 million for over 2 acres of property. Individuals within my constituency, when they heard the price, are prepared to make offer to purchase it. Only pointing out how important it is to review the prices. Don't let the boys with the mega bucks rob us. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Kalani supports the resolution.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Asmini, the Chair recognizes the member for St. Barnabas. 1 p.m. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Golden Gates.
Madam Speaker, before St. Barnabas takes the floor, I want to now move that We go beyond the 1 o'clock hour to complete the business of the House this afternoon, as we only have a few more contributors. So I move that motion.
Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you,
It-
Madam Speaker.
It's been moved and seconded that the business of this House proceed beyond the 1 p.m. hour. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of this House will proceed beyond the 1 p.m. hour, and we will now have St. Barnabas on the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't intend to be. I, I don't intend to be very long, Madam Speaker. But sometimes you're forced to speak longer than you would have either anticipated or intended, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the great people of St. Barnabas, truly grateful to Almighty God to be here today, grateful that in my 49 years on this earth, that I continue to be grateful for both the challenges and the successes, the failures and the progress and advancement that God has allowed in my life, both on a personal and professional and political basis. Yes, it's still young, Madam Speaker. Still young. God's plan, you know. God got some plans. So they say obedience is better than sacrifice, so I just being obedient, Madam Speaker. There's a lot to unpack today, but like I said, we'll save some for another day. But a number of things, actually, that the member for Kalani spoke about, the member for Marco City as well, as it relates to particular issues, maybe not in a deeply connected way to the resolution, but that's definitely issues extending off of this particular resolution, Madam Speaker. But before I get into that, Madam Speaker, you know, and I'm going to say that the member for Pinewood caused this morning. He's forced me to be a bit reflective as I begin my remarks, Madam Speaker. But I do think it's important as we come here every day and as we deal with the jostling and the back and forth of politics, one of the things that should moderate, in my view, should moderate our speech and should moderate our view and temper our view and our words and temper our view of what it is that we've been called to do, is the fact that we do live in a small country. And while that presents challenges, there is a uniquely heartwarming, if you will, and encouraging aspect of the Bahamian way of life that brings credit to who we are as a country, who brings credit and should bring credit to who we are as national leaders and politicians, because we are afforded the benefit of having such close relationships. And the truth is, Madam Speaker, we don't say enough, and we know why. We don't say enough and talk enough about our relationships, because that doesn't necessarily feed into what some of our supporters on both sides want, truthfully, because we want contrasts and we want differences, even if that means as though we act as if we don't know each other, don't go to the same churches, you know, be in the same shack, in the same fraternal organizations and so forth. But the truth is, as I've said before, I focus on not attacking people, but attacking ideas, because the truth is I have very good friends on the other side. I just believe that they signing on to some bad ideas and some bad policies, and maybe they might say the same over here, right? But that's okay. But that does not stop the real strong relationships that we have, Madam Speaker. As I say, I see the member for Garden Hills there. He was my coach for a very long time. And what I appreciated about him is he never stopped me from shooting the ball as much as I wanted to. So I always appreciated the member for, always appreciated the member for Garden Hills. I've said often, and I could say this because he's under strict client, attorney confidentiality. Pinewood has dealt with some personal matters for me, and he can't say what, and that's a good thing, right? So the truth is that we are all together in this thing, whether we like it or not. And I'm not being naive about what happens from time to time and what we must do. The member for Pinewood talked about the new member for, and I guess after this week we ain't gonna say new member, we get to say new member for at least until the rest of this week. But the member for Golden Isles, all of us were a part of that crop and group of individuals, though in different areas, that I came back from university in 1998, and I was one of the first persons, a cadre of young professionals that helped to open up the Royal Towers. I remember when it was just concrete and dust, so to speak. And so I remember the member for Golden Isles. At one point, I was his manager at one point. I remember the member for Pinewood as a dealer. And so these are positive moments that we should reflect on at different times to remind us of how close-knitted we all are, and again, use it to temper how it is that we deal with each other, even when passions fly. If you just think about how deep our relationships are, it is important to at least allow it to turn it down a notch. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, it's always interesting as I heard the debate rage today. It is always interesting how we seem to have selective memory and how we are very selective with how we choose our arguments. And again, the other side might say it as well, Madam Speaker. But I've heard, you know, as we approach a pending election, and soon is a relative term, but in Bahamian terms, directly it come in, we know that. And these debates about the assessment, evaluation of the government and their retort, even in some of the debates that we've had relative to pieces of legislation, you always have this mechanism or this strategy of, y'all in what happened in the last election and when y'all was the government and so forth. And you know what, Madam Speaker, the truth is, the Bahamian people, who are the ultimate judge and jury of our fate, have a different view of things. Because in 2012, in the administration from 2012 to 2017, the Member of Parliament for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador was the Deputy Prime Minister. And there were at least, if I counted correctly, 5 members of the present cabinet who were part of that administration between 2012 and 2017. And so although that government was rejected, resounding the polls under the leadership of the member of Kalani when he led the party, they still came back in 2021, and Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, who was the Deputy Prime Minister in an administration that was rejected by the people, became Prime Minister. And that can be said through different points of history. That is the reality. So at the end of the day, as much as we, my good friend Pinewood always uses this term, as much as we could freak ourselves out, the truth is the Bahamian people are astute enough. And what it shows you is that what they keep in mind is that it's the government of the day. It is the government of the day. And so when I heard some of the remarks about, political remarks about as the Free National Movement rolled out candidates, and they talked about a few of our standard bearers, and they say, they were part of the last administration, right? Why the F and them bringing them back? But the same could be said for the Progressive Liberal Party, that they brought persons back. And the truth is, I understand it's for the politics, but the truth is, it shows that the Bahamian people, their thing is that we determine who we want to serve us and who should be in elected office, Madam Speaker. So I just thought that was very important, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member for Kalani talked about the issue of Goodman's Bay and just issues related to development and some of the challenges that come along. And I've always been concerned about this, just even generally, that one of the challenges we face is that as we focus on development as a country, we really have to be aware of some things on the peripheral. And I've said, and I've used as an example, obviously decisions have been made relative to widening of streets, but there are some points where you might not want to widen the street because there's a building of such historical significance and importance. You can't knock that building down. And so these are not easy decisions, but as we go along, I believe it's very important that we consider these things. I note, again, just going back to Goodman's Bay, one of the things that I've just been, it's been frustrating just to see is, so Goldwyn is out there opposite the office of the Prime Minister. And I'm curious that in their proposal, if they did not have a parking lot as a part of their proposal, because employees now are having to park on Goodman's Bay, even on the medium there. Right? And you know what? I know people always they upset with some of the employees, but listen, when you got to get to work, when you got to get to work and make your money, if you could find a spot, and actually you say to yourself, boy, if they told me today, they told me, but I can get to work in time. So I understand. So I'm not even necessarily knocking the employees. Where are they supposed to park? So again, I don't know the arrangement of Goldwyn as it relates to parking, but I would assume that every developer, when they build, and particularly these buildings of such size, you would have ample parking for your employees. And we're in 2025 now, and so while a space may not look conducive, there are many ways to build a building to incorporate parking. So that's just a concern there, Madam Speaker. The attached to that, member for Kalani, too, talked about what the area, this particular area may be used for from what he's understanding. And again, that's another issue. So in our desire to welcome development, to welcome foreign direct investment, to provide more jobs for our people, there has to be ought to be direction and the cost of doing a particular development and its impact around the surrounding areas, and what you can do, to use Kalani's words, to mitigate these concerns. Because again, as we develop, which we want to continue to develop, what will we be sacrificing for that? And how does it impact? And it's, as we talked about the hospital yesterday, and outside of the other issues, those persons in Fort Charlotte, in the immediate area, they have legitimate concerns and they have legitimate frustrations about the hospital outside of the debate that we had yesterday and will have. They have legitimate concerns because these are people who've lived there for all their lives, 30 and 40 years. And so they themselves are experiencing exactly what I'm talking about in terms of, okay. And I'm talking about outside whether or not you feel that the hospital should be built. You might have someone who say, yeah, build another hospital, just don't build it here. And that's not a political statement for them. It changes their way of life. And obviously the issue that as we build, we already have this challenge of flooding in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, but particularly here in New Providence. And I mean, you see it. As soon as the building down there by Margaritaville and the whole parking lot was constructed, definitely it changed the whole landscape topography, if you will, of downtown. And so, a bit of rain causes a lot of damage. So these are the things that we really must consider in our desire and in our urgency, if you will, to ensure that we have the much-needed development and advancement, Madam Speaker. Also, Madam Speaker, as I said, I won't be very, very long. The issue of our tourist product, Madam Speaker, we've said on this side consistently, and again, I wish sometimes, and I'll say it again, that I wish sometimes that you could come to the middle of the floor and say some things so that at least from a visual standpoint, it would indicate that you're not trying to be political, or even on the converse of that, that you're hoping that what you are about to say will be taken in the spirit at which it is given in terms of a sincere view of either what ails us as it relates to a particular issue, or just in general about the broad themes, national themes in the country, Madam Speaker. But we are seeing an issue that while cruise ship passengers are increasing, we have a challenge with stopover visitors. That's been consistent. You know, the Bahamas Hotel Association and veteran hospitality practitioners like Sandy Sands have spoken about it, that the cruise ship passengers spend $75, and we will take that. Spend $75. The stopover visitor spends $2,700. So the stopover visitor spends 3,000% more than the cruise ship passenger. So we have to be very careful that as the cruise ship passengers increase, of course, you want any level of increase because, as Mama would say, every dollar you earn is a benefit. But what we have to be careful of is that the cruise ship passengers increases so much, and the stopover passengers either remain stagnant or decreases. The economic impact now, it's a different kettle of fish now, because the impact is less because those persons are spending less. And ideally, I think the number that that Sandy Sands talked about, if we could convert 5% of our cruise ship passengers to a stopover visitor, that would have a tremendous economic impact. Because we know what the stopover visitor is engaging in terms of all the various activities. Just on that alone, they're making a different impact. Again, we appreciate the cruise ship passengers and what they bring here. And even as we go down the road, Madam Speaker, this issue of isolated islands, I think, I'd say this, and I say this very honestly, I think that in the initial stages of this movement towards these isolated islands that cruise ships are looking at, I think that, you know, everybody was focused on the opportunity it provides and so forth. Obviously, the cruise ships, they were focusing on it from a marketing standpoint and in their own way, to their benefit, to isolate their passengers. But really, as we go along, I believe it's something that we are going to really have to look at, because it's now becoming, in a lot of ways, counterproductive to what we are trying to do. And, you know, I saw a statistic recently, I wish I could remember it, but it spoke about in 15 to 20 years, how many cruise ships and how many routes within those cruise lines would be surrounded by or attached to a separate island in terms of these cruises and its impact. So it is something that we do have to talk about and to talk about with our industry partners and to hold the line in certain places. We understand that this is a partnership and they have their view of what they're trying to achieve, but we must also have our view of what we're trying to achieve economically and for our people. And we've constantly talked about this issue of the redevelopment of downtown. It is something that we continue to fight, and obviously the government has made a lot of promises as it relates to the restoration, redevelopment of downtown. I believe that we are relying, and when I say we, as a country, we are relying too much on whether it be the cruise port or other persons who are focused on their product. But it is possible not only possible, it is something that can be a reality where you come off the cruise ship, the cruise port experience is a specific experience, but we could create the atmosphere and development downtown where you would want to get off the cruise ship, enjoy the cruise port experience, whatever that is for them, but there is something just steps away, a uniquely Bahamian broad experience in downtown Nassau, right? Well, we need to do what we can to get them out of there, but I believe that we are conceding too much ground. It is possible to coexist, to have a downtown that as soon as you see it on TV, you say, that's downtown Nassau in the Bahamas, right? So it's what I'm saying, Madam Speaker. During my time in the hospitality industry, I've just seen some particular things that I believe, from my vantage point, just needs to be worked on, Madam Speaker, where we create an experience within an experience here for our visitors. Madam Speaker, on the land issue, there's another general concern, Madam Speaker, and this is something that I dealt with as Executive Chairman of the Bahamas Public Parks and Beaches Authority. And I've spoken to the member from Mount Moriah about this, and that is the access to beach access, Madam Speaker, right? Beach access. One of the things that we worked on, and again, I know I spoke to the member from Mount Moriah about this, that we ensured to get a mapping of all of the legal entryways to beach access. Because one time ago, it was just very easy to access the beach, and it was clear signage, if you will, right? Now, some property owners have gotten very creative in what they've done with their properties and so forth to make it very frustrating or an inconvenience to access beaches in our country. And so it is something that we really have to work on, Madam Speaker, to ensure that Bahamians have ample access to our beaches, and so that they can enjoy it in the way it's always been a pastime, and we can really enjoy it in a way, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and lastly, the member for Kalani talked about the cost for this piece of land, and comparatively speaking, as it relates to other pieces of land nearby. And so what I just wish to add to the sentiment that the member for Kalani talked about is that, one of the things that Bahamians continue to talk about in all aspects is that we as Bahamians, in many respects, and they use this metaphorically and figuratively, get the red tape, while some aspect of foreign involvement in the country gets the red carpet. And so that is something that we must continue to keep in mind, because while vast majority of Bahamians fully appreciate that we are in a balance of foreign direct investment in the country and making things easier to do business in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, if you're someone who wants to invest in the Bahamas, surely it is not unreasonable for it first to be easy for Bahamians to do things in their own country. But it cannot be right in different instances where Bahamians experience and see with their very own eyes that they are having a harder time doing business, getting things done, than foreign entities or foreign individuals in our country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and as I close, Madam Speaker, there are a lot of issues in our country, Madam Speaker, a lot of long-standing issues that transcend political parties, that have transcended governments, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I do believe that as we go along, these issues are going to continue to come front and center. I believe that these issues, as we face them, it's going to put us to task as a parliament, where we're going to have to resist the urge to lean to our partisan ways, and we're going to have to come together, Madam Speaker, because as an often used quote by Sir Lyndon Pinling, if Bahamians aren't prepared to fight for their own country, you don't deserve to have it. And Madam Speaker, I say that very sincerely because I do believe there will come a time, and there will come a time very shortly, when it will not be, just as it should not be now, but particularly in those moments, it will not be about the PLP and the FNM. It will be, how do we as Bahamians, as a body here in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, stand up for our country and for our people, Madam Speaker. Just like you, Madam Speaker, I only have one country, and there's no other country in the world where being a Bahamian gives me more significance and more say and more sway and more rights than the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. So I want to do my endeavor best to make sure that my children's voices and my grandchildren's, I can actually say that now, that my grandchildren one day, that their voices ought to be even louder than my voices, because there are those people who have bled for us, right? Bled for us to have our voice. And that's why, Madam Speaker, the issue that we found, even in the by-election, of voter apathy, it is something that we have to deal with outside of the politics of our individual parties. And I heard the Prime Minister say, you know, his job is to get out his people, and our job is to get out our people. But overall, there's a disenchantment with politics, Madam Speaker. The voter apathy is great, is high. It's not good for our democracy, because at the end of the day, while you cannot force people to vote, there is no doubt that the more people that participate, the more of our people that participate in our democracy, and the more people that vote, it helps our democracy, it helps the persons who are elected. And while from a competition standpoint, winning is what matters from a competition standpoint, but from a country standpoint, you really want more participation from your people. Bahamians are really disinterested. They are tired of a lot of what they've seen across the spectrum, Madam Speaker. I had the occasion, Madam Speaker, during the by-election, and I met 4 young people, and I was so excited that they were excited about wanting to participate in the by-election. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, I thought that first and foremost, as a Bahamian, before deputy leader of the party, of the Free National Movement, I said to them, listen, before I get to the politics, I said to them, it's vitally important for you to participate in your democracy, whatever that may be. And now that I've said that, then I went on to convince them why they should support our candidate. But I said to them, if I wasn't convincing and you wanted to support the Progressive Liberal Party, more than anything, you should support who you want to support. And since that time, just keeping them engaged, Madam Speaker, and I believe that is the balance that we must continue to engage in. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. St. Barnabas rest, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Engliston.
I will not be long, unlike for Barnabas. Had the bell ring on him, and then he was getting ready to ask for 2 minutes more. Thank you. But I'll be true to my undertaking. Oh, sorry.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Angliston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. As I indicated, I will not be long, and I have the honor and privilege to rise on behalf of the outstanding people of Angliston and to just say a few words in this debate. I should remark, though, I just came from the Church of God Prophecy, East Street, the cathedral. The member for Centerville was there. They had the Festival of Carols. And I can tell you, Mr. Deputy, the level of ability and talent that we are seeing in our young people is becoming mind-blowing. And this morning was a beautiful display of excellence, not just by our students, but by our teachers who worked with these young people to put on an incredible display. And this is what we hope for in education. We want to produce young people who are critical thinkers, so that when they hear some of the debate in this parliament, they could only just hold their head down. Because they know better. Because they understand when they see double talking, duplicity, convenient argument, political partisanship for the moment. Because we want them to grow up and to feel like they have a stake in a country that takes the people to another level.
Yes.
We do not wish to stay in a place of mediocrity. And what we saw today with our young people was so heartwarming. In fact, one of the organizers described it as bringing her to tears. They had a combined high school choir. It was absolutely awesome. Awesome. And I felt so proud because we believe in our young people and they are meeting that expectation. And so us as political leaders in this parliament, we have to ensure that we understand that we are dealing with an enlightened population, a people who want more for their country, who are not into the rah-rah on this side and the rah-rah on the next side. People who are yearning for higher space for our people and for our country. This debate is on this resolution, and I know we had a lot of debate. I was not here. I heard some little tidbits of the politicking, but let me just bring a focus. This is from a heads of agreement in 2019 when Kalani was Prime Minister, Marcos City was in the cabinet, and the rest of his team. So let's don't get it mixed up with a bunch of different other arguments. What we are doing today is complying with an undertaking that was given by the prior administration that Kalani led, and saying Marcos City was sitting there as a senior minister of the government. That is what we are doing now. I also believe I heard Kalani say something about not selling Crown land or something like that. Yes. I say this cannot be the same Kalani who led an administration that attempted, were it not for that missing file, someone dodged that file out of there. And were it not for that camera close-up on that fraudulent individual who signed someone else's name, giving away 690 acres of land in Grand Bahama. 690, and did I mention? Pennies, it ain't true? It ain't true?
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Kalani.
Madam Speaker, I hear the members talk about this. What is it? Yeah, no, I'm here. I hear the members talk about this Grand Bahama issue over and over. And that is why it is to use your phrase and adhere to your phrase, stop, cancel, and review. Madam Speaker, the mistake we made then, we did not stop, we did not cancel, we did not review. We assumed that everything was done by the PLP and we subsequently proceed. That's the problem there. We should have stopped, canceled, and review. But we said government is continuous. And my God, I got slapped for being continuous. That's all it was. That's all it was.
Because like the member for Fort Charlotte, what do you call it, a radical turnabout? It was such a radical turnabout. From that 690 acres, and not only was it 600, almost 700 acres of Crown land, It was land that was deemed eco-sensitive and very precious to East Grand Bahama. And yeah, I heard you. I remember I happened to be sitting in the Parliament. You were so proud of that. You had a special sitting and a special communication on that O-Ban deal. That's all yours. And the file went missing. But the reason I'm raising it, Kalani, is because, you know, we have to have, and there's nothing wrong if you redeemed. You now see that this is not correct to do that. Then I'm with you. But don't come in here pontificating and giving us advice or giving anybody advice on this issue when this was the most egregious example, because not only were you giving it away, you were giving it away to very disreputable characters. Those who were sanctioned in the United States, financial services, the man, a different person, identities. I mean, it was confusing. So, you know, the point I'm making is the question of land is a serious one. And we must bring a singular focus, as I've always said continuously for 20 plus years in this Parliament.
Yes.
We must begin to develop a cohesive policy for land in this nation, because it is a limited resource. It is where wealth lies for a people. And as we move forward in how we determine land will be allocated for whatever use in planning, for schools, for housing, for foreign direct investment, whatever the issue is, that we will be circumspect. And on the issue of Crown land, I happen to agree that Crown land should not be given outright to anyone. No, but you was trying to do that the other day. I agree with that. And I hope that as we move forward in our policies for foreign direct investment, we will ensure that we sit strongly in the bargaining seat, that we are not viewed by any third party as people who don't understand how much $1 is or $2 is. And so I agree in principle with what you say, but it's just inconsistent with what you did. That's the only point I'm making. And it brings me back to the fact that our children expect us to be consistent, to be credible. That's what they expect of political leaders, not those who say something one day on that side and then say something else on this side. And I heard there was some comment about other things, but I won't get into it. I'll just leave it there. I did not get to contribute to the healthcare debate. I will only just say one thing. The state of health in the Bahamas is a crisis. We all know that. All the statistics are showing it. We have the highest levels of diabetes, highest levels of heart disease. We have many of us overweight. I put on a few pounds myself. I'm working on that. You're trying to kill me. And we know that we have levels of CNCDs, chronic non-communicable diseases, that outflanks most countries in the world. We're now seeing these diseases in children, we're seeing children having strokes. And so we have a serious health crisis, quite apart from anything else, and it's really at the core of our dilemma, the state of health in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And so the minister has spoken about the efforts that we are making towards reaching premium health care. We hope to partner in our schools to begin to raise awareness of children and young people about the importance of foods they put in their bodies, alcohol, tobacco, etc. And so that is the real source of what we are talking about in any healthcare debate. Unfortunately, and I think the minister made this point, we have had sustained years of not taking the bull by the horns in healthcare in this country in a serious way. And then we had the pandemic. It put an incredible strain on our public healthcare system, as it did on systems globally. And we're no different. And so as a result, we faced this situation. And then, of course, we had challenges with nursing shortages, et cetera. So I think it is clear that this administration is trying to get to the root and to seek to bring about a state of health that we can all feel proud about in this country. It's going to be a while. This is not going to be an overnight fix. We can't fool ourselves. It won't. It ain't going to happen like that. It won't. But I think that it is something that we have to bring a focus to. The the early PLP administration used to say the health of a nation is the wealth of a nation. If you're not a healthy population and you're using up resources, no wonder you have shortages in medicine. The demand is incredible for sick people. And so we must now move towards higher health in this country. Yes. So I just wanted to say that we are here to execute the commitment that the Kalani made and his administration, and which is the right thing to do, I believe, because you know what, a promise is a promise. Yeah, you promised to, we got to do it. So we're here to do it. But as we move forward with our foreign direct investors, it is clear that we must look more closely at how these deals are struck to ensure that our people get the maximum benefit from these things.
Yes.
I won't say much. I heard the minister, the member for St. Barnabas, talk about tourism, et cetera, et cetera. But I will agree with him in this respect. Tourism is about culture and about people. Yes. Our people, our culture. And when I travel to an exotic place, the Bahamas exotic, you want to know who those people are and what they are, what they eat, how do they celebrate those, all of those things that manifest who people are. And I think tourism is no different. When the Bahamas is no different. When tourists come here, they do not want to stay in a plastic environment. They want to come into the trenches. They want to see real people who do real things. They want to see flavor, color, music, rhythms. That's what people travel for. And in our tourism product, I believe the Minister of Tourism, member for Exuma, Ragged Island, and the Keys, I believe he has done many things towards that objective, the Tourism Development Corporation, et cetera. But we still have a long way to go, and we must go. But I only end by saying that we must always be cognizant, and I was reminded of that this morning in that carol service, that we have a highly intelligent, highly gifted youth population, yes, and they have high expectations. Apathy comes largely when people feel expectations are not met. In this parliament, we must ensure they don't have a sense of apathy about the nature and level of debate when we bring issues to the fore. But of course, I just say that we are, I'll say it like this, I wouldn't say support, I'll say it this way. We are completing our obligation to finalize the commitment made by the Minister administration, and we trust that Bahama will go from strength to strength, that it will provide jobs around the calendar, not just a couple days here and a couple days there, that it will bring a strong presence in the economy as it has done. But we'd like to see an even stronger presence. So we wish Bahama well in its role in our economy and in the empowerment of our people in the economy. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Long Island.
Mr. Deputy, thank you. Mr. Deputy, I am pleased to rise in this place, yet again, on behalf of the great people of Long Island. Mr. Deputy, I consider it a great honor and privilege to be here. Mr. Deputy, the government asks us today to approve the conveyance of some 2.077 acres of prime land on West Bay Street, pursuant to the 2024 second supplemental heads of agreement with Bahama for the sum of some $1.6 million. I'm going to be very brief on this particular topic, but we're told that this flows from an obligation to Bahama pursuant to that heads of agreement, and understanding these obligations, Mr. Deputy, and what is expected in terms of redevelopment, or what should happen in terms of redevelopment, I would lend my support. However, I share the view of the member for Angleton in saying that I too expect maximum benefit to accrue to the Bahamian people from this and any other heads of agreement signed with any foreign entity doing business in the Bahamas. Mr. Deputy, I do believe also, though, that the public deserves some clarity on the valuation.
we're talking about a significant tract of land, some 2.077 acres on the Cable Beach Strip, adjacent to major commercial and tourism interests. Nothing in the resolution indicates whether an independent appraisal was conducted, whether the price of $1.6 million reflects fair market value, particularly given that high-end area, or whether the Bahamian people are being asked to somehow subsidize this conveyance in some way by taking a cut rate in the sale. The reality is, Mr. Deputy, we expect that when these things come to Parliament to at least see a valuation report. I would like to at least to see the valuation report for this kind of property. Mr. Deputy, I also believe that we should have a full account of the redevelopment obligations, their timelines, penalties for non-performance, and of course the public benefits expected under any amended heads of agreement. You know, I've always had the view that when you talk about heads of agreement, when we sign heads of agreement with foreign entities, there should be something built in, you know, where they give a percentage to education, a percentage to culture, right? A percentage to that actually goes into developing aspects of our society, our community, our arts, and so on, our culture. Mr. Deputy, we should know what economic activities, jobs, environmental standards, and the Bahamian participation that is promised now with this redevelopment and this amendment to the heads of agreement. Mr. Deputy, whilst I've deferred much of what I want to say, you know, to another debate, possibly on Monday or Wednesday next, speaking about land swaps today and land, I have to address an issue of major concern to my constituents. Mr. Deputy, I welcome the runway and the terminal in Dedmonski, Long Island. That would be great for our community. As it stands, the Dedmonski facility remains run down and inadequate. It's an embarrassment that stifles our economy and our growth. And I continue to press for clear timelines and transparency and the delivery of a modern airport. It's long been promised. However, Mr. Deputy, landowners in Long Island, particularly those in the vicinity of the airport, are making inquiries about the land around the airport and their compensation. In 2021, March 2021, the F&M issued a notice of investigation concerning these matters. And then some months later, I think it was either July or August of 2021, the F&M issued a notice of intended acquisition. And then, of course, the last step was to issue a notice of possession, but we were kicked out of office. We went into the election, and we lost. The PLP, of course, revisited the whole situation 4 years later. But today, you know, we have concerns being expressed by landowners. And I can tell you, I got a call this morning from I actually got a call from someone else, which ended up with me speaking to Mr. Gladstone Taylor, right? Mr. Taylor, Gladstone Taylor, is one of the gentlemen who live adjacent to the airport, to the runway on the eastern side. So we see here the government has signed the contract for the runway. We see here that the notice of possession, well, it wasn't issued at the time that they signed the contract with BHM for the runway. However, it's since been issued. We see now that they've signed the contract for the terminal in recent weeks. However, Mr. Deputy, the land issues have not been resolved. Land said that the excavation works have now expanded into parts of the land recently acquired by these notices and by law, compulsory. There are families that live on the eastern side of the runway at the Dedmonski Airport. Literally adjacent, they got to drive across the runway to get to their homes. And Mr. Taylor said to me that as of this morning, there are tractors, gates, and so on, pushing down bushes and so on, right about 50 to 75 feet in front of his house. And the reality is, he doesn't know what's happening. And they have nowhere else to go. He was quite upset. So all of this work is being done. It's clearing land right in the front of Gladstone Taylor's home, right? And the reality is, if the government has issued a notice of possession, the government has taken his home from him. But no one has spoken to Mr. Gladstone Taylor or his family. No one has spoken to his sister-in-law, his late brother Edward's wife, Miss Nita Taylor, or her family. No one has spoken to Miss Brenda Taylor, his other sister-in-law, the wife of his late brother Sammy, right? And all of them have homes there. So whilst the land is being cleared, and whilst their homes are being threatened with being pushed down, they have nowhere to go. And people are wondering when the government will compensate them and what will be the way forward. I say pay the people. There are many questions, Mr. Deputy. I've heard from Tamika Hunt, Ms. Iris Fernanda, the Tanquisses, the Taylors, etc. So publishing a notice, and see, we got to talk about the human side of this. Can't be inhumane here. Publishing a notice and saying what the government did in the legal process is one thing, okay? But what about the human aspect of it? These people are human beings. And up to this very moment, they have not heard a peep from any government official. That's what they've communicated to me, no longer than a few hours ago. These people's existence have been legitimate. They have BPL, water and sewage, everything there. Well, BPL and, homes. And as far as I'm aware, Mr. Deputy, they're in the process of having I've been advised that they're in the process of having their properties evaluated, but there are so many other families. Mr. Malcolm Wright and his family, they live north of the current terminal. Same issue. Mr. Wright has been developing his property over the years, and no respect is being shown to them, just disrespect. The man has continuously improved his property. So show these people some respect, show them the respect they deserve. These are human beings. Where is the humanity? I believe, Mr. Deputy, it is only reasonable and decent for the government to go or send representatives to speak to these persons, all the persons whose land around that area, the Tanquisses, the Wells, the Wrights, the Taylors, all those families. And they may have the same last name, but there are multiple families, so that they can have some idea as to what is happening around them. I spoke to the family of Mr. Stephen Tanquist, who shared with me that his place, the former Sierra Club, was compulsorily acquired some years ago, back in maybe 2008, 2009, and government has yet to compensate him for the land. And that's disgraceful. These people, they have many inquiries. They want to know how these matters are going to be resolved. These are properties that have passed on in their families for many, many years. And as you know, land is everything. Land is where the real value is, Mr. Deputy. So I call upon the government to compensate these people, to ensure that and I threw Mr. Stephen Tanquist in there because I spoke to one of his family members this morning who mentioned that his is not among the ones who are currently facing this in recent time. But I'm demonstrating that, when you have these outstanding monies to persons whose lands you've taken, you treat them with some respect and you compensate them. And so I again, call upon the government to do the right thing. Reach out to Mr. Gladstone Taylor, his family, and all of those persons living in and around the Dedman Ski Airport. Mr. Deputy, with those few words, I rest.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Nassau Village.
Good afternoon, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I rise to speak in support of the resolution that authorized the Treasurer to convey the parcel of land described measuring 2.07 acres situated in the western part of New Providence. Madam Speaker, I think most of the speakers ably captured what the actual resolution was about, but I just saw the need and felt the need to underscore everything that was said previously. Mr. Deputy, oftentimes when we speak about such an important resolution or bills in this House, we tend to shift away from the relevance of the actual resolution or from the relevance of the actual bill. Mr. Deputy, this House is being asked to approve the disposition of land lawfully vested in the Treasurer in compliance with Section 538 of the Ministry of Finance Act, which specifically recognized a parliamentary assent prior to the sale or transfer of a fee of simple interest. Mr. Deputy, this resolution, therefore, is not discretionary. It is a legal requirement, and it's procedurally correct. It speaks to our government not only living up to what government should do, and that is to be continuous, but also being transparent, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, my colleague from Angliston and also from Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador stated that this particular agreement was not generated from our government. The matter before us did not originate with the 2024 agreement, Mr. Deputy. The original obligation traces back to 2019, supplementary. So when we hear the outrage from the side opposite, they must also understand that they were the ones that entered into the actual agreement. They were the genesis of this particular mischief that we're trying to negotiate or trying to cure. You see, Mr. Deputy, that instrument imposed a duty on the government to convey the land free of encumbrance to the designated entity as part of the redevelopment program of the site. Mr. Deputy, in February 2020, the project company formally identified the transferee. However, that transfer was never executed. And I repeat, Mr. Deputy, again, started under the F&M, never executed, but obligates the government going forward. Mr. Deputy, that means that the Treasurer, as a result, held obligations extended. It means that the Treasurer certainty was suspended. You see, Mr. Deputy, that means that development sequentially stalled, stagnated, put on hold, all because of a lack of action by the F&M government at the time, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, this resolution finally closes 5 years of stagnation, 5 years of an administrative loop, Mr. Deputy. So the activity today is not merely about a parcel of land in Western New Providence. It's about maintaining constitutional discipline and land disposal, the very asset class that is most finite, Mr. Deputy, most sensitive, and most strategic.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for St. Anne's.
Yeah, there's a point of order. The member for Nassau Village is misleading the House by claiming that it was the F&M that stagnated the development of this property. Now, this property is being coupled with the development on the ocean side, and that oceanside development could not have begun until the structures had been demolished, and that's only been done recently while the PLP has been in power. So if anything, everything is in the hands of the PLP on stagnation of this project's development. You don't have to believe me. You can go to Google Maps and track how progress has occurred, and the property's already been demolished now. So they wouldn't demolish the property if they didn't plan to develop the property. And it's already been demolished, and they're only just now giving them title to land. So just let them stick to the resolution, keep the F&M name out his mouth, and we can go forward.
You know, Mr. Deputy, I repeat, right? the heads of agreement was entered in 2019 under the F&M government, right? This obligation has been stagnated until we have moved this resolution forward under the Progressive Liberal Party.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for St. Anne's.
Again misleading. The member for
It's a
Nassau,
fact,
the
Mr.
member
Deputy.
for Nassau Village is saying that this
It's a fact.
heads of agreement was done in 2019, and nothing's been happened until now. So stagnation's a result of 2019. They've been in office since 2021. They did a new heads of agreement or amended heads of agreement in 2024. This is all something that they have been playing. Like, what is it, Pinocchio
Mr.
with?
Man, come on.
And I think the public
Mr.
clearly
Deputy,
is
please.
making a connection between the recent Bahamar settlement with Sarkis's Merlion and this now
Mr. Deputy.
finally coming from the government after the settlement
Mr.
was
Deputy.
reached. Mr. Deputy Speaker, whether you grant it or not, I'd formally request that any reference by the member for Nassau Village
No,
to
sir.
the
No,
F&M
sir.
development,
No, sir. Mr. Deputy,
F&M
those are
stagnating
facts.
development
Those are
be
facts. Those are
withdrawn,
facts.
stricken from the record. In
Those
your
are facts.
discretion, but I have to ask because they ask and they get my words struck off the record all the time, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
2019.
Public knowledge.
2019, these aren't speculations being made by me, Mr. Deputy. The former Prime Minister said it. They entered into the agreement in 2019.
It's a fact.
We're now having to resolve that particular agreement now in 2025, Mr. Deputy. I don't know what, other than stagnation, we would define that or describe that as. So, you know, I understand St. Anne's need to try. I understand St. Anne's. Mr. Deputy, Mr. Deputy.
The resolution refers
Mr. Deputy, come on, man.
Honourable member. Yeah.
Man, he had his opportunity.
Is this a point of order?
No, it's not,
Okay.
Mr. Deputy.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for St. Anne's.
Deputy Speaker. This is not abuse. This is not abuse,
Members,
sir. The resolution reads in the third recital, and whereas pursuant to Section 2.1 of the 2019 SHOA, the government was obligated to convey the said residence to an entity designated by the project company free from liens and encumbrances for inter alia, the proper redevelopment of the site. And it goes on, recital on the second page. And whereas pursuant to Section 2.1 of the, and whereas on the 18th of September 2024, a second supplemental heads of agreement, hereinafter referred to as the 2024 SSHOA, was executed between the government and the project company. And then pursuant to Section 2.1 of the 2024, not the 2019, but the 2024 SSHOA, the government is obligated to transfer the residence to Perfect Luck Asset Number 1 Limited, free from all liens and encumbrances for the price of $1,600,000. All he has to do is stick to the resolution.
yeah. Member, are you going to lay the document?
Yes, it's actually the resolution that's been tabled, but I will lay the table document.
So-
Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy. For point of,
Let the
he
member.
tabled it, right? Mr. Deputy, it's my right to speak, man, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I thank my colleague for tabling a resolution that is currently being debated. I don't see how sensible that is. We already have the resolution itself. But Mr. Deputy, the reason I referred to the initial heads agreement is to understand who entered into it, which was the F&M government, and the mischief that the PLP government is trying to resolve. We're trying to get to progress, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, the whole point of this is about broader development. The area of Western District is a tourism hub, right? A commercial corridor. The redevelopment envisioned is not idle speculation, Mr. Deputy. It is intended to enhance the economic activity along West Bay Street. It's intended to stimulate employment through phased construction and operation. It's intended to strengthen the tourism product in a zone already defined by hotel, golf, and leisure-based investment. Mr. Deputy, if we consider or use the example of dominoes falling, and we use or take the example of a particular domino being held from 2019 and not moving at all, Mr. Deputy, right? It means that there can be no development. So when the Progressive Liberal Party took office and we understood our duty and our obligation under the Heads Agreement, we tipped that domino over, Mr. Deputy. We finally got it moving from a position of stagnation. Without it, Mr. Deputy, true governance, true progress could not occur. Mr. Deputy, governments are continuous and should be continuous. Investors do not transact with electoral cycles. They transact with states, Mr. Deputy. When one administration signs and another executes, the country demonstrates reliability. I say that again. When one administration signs and the other executes, it demonstrates the country's reliability. We avoid the instability that comes when agreements are ignored, Mr. Deputy, when titles are withheld, when commitments evaporate on transition. The Bahamas maintains its reputation, Mr. Deputy, not by speed, but by honoring obligations that survive cabinet reshuffling, personalities, and political complexions or complications. Mr. Deputy, in conclusion, this resolution tidies unfinished legal business left by the FNM. It complies with statutory requirement. It complies with statutory requirement. It clears a development obstruction and affirms that the Bahamas honors its commitments, not selectively, but orderly, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I support this conveyance not as an indulgence to private interests, but as a functional component of economic continuity and development coherence. The land is defined, the price is set, the obligation is documented, and the law requires us to approve. Therefore, I lend my support, and on behalf of the great people of Nassau Village, Mr. Deputy, I so submit.
Thank you, Honourable Member Ismeni. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Golden Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, today we have before us a resolution that supports a major expansion of one of the country's most significant employers and partners in economic development. Of course, naturally, I'm going to take it from that angle. When we speak to the empowerment of our people, economic expansion, and standing on the premise that we are creating opportunities across our nation for all. So, this resolution before us grants approval for the Treasury to convey a specific parcel of land to Perfect Luck Assets No. 1 Limited for the purpose of supporting the continued expansion of Bahamar. This land that will be used for essential logistics, which are necessary for the resort's next phase of growth. And Mr. Deputy, before we discuss the land, we have to acknowledge the saga of Bahamar. Most of the Bahamian people remember this story very clearly. They remember the headlines that said the project was a fantasy. They remember statements from politicians who said the opening was fake. They remember attempts to convince the public that the entire development was an illusion designed for political gain. And we all in this chamber could remember, because we lived through that period, families who had pinned their hopes, Mr. Deputy, on new opportunities were told that the doors opening before them were actually not real. But today, thousands of Bahamians walk through those doors every morning. And some of us walk through those doors every evening, some of us even sitting in this chamber, to enjoy those facilities. And thousands, Mr. Deputy, of Bahamians earn honest, meaningful livelihoods at a resort that naysayers insisted would never come to life.
We were all sworn in.
At Bahamar. That's right, we were sworn in there. We were sworn in there in 2021. And we walked in together in Barnabas. Yes, in that fake hotel. You know, but it's funny how reality has a way of settling all the arguments and speculations, Mr. Deputy. And the reality of Bahama is undeniable. Young Bahamians who once worried about whether the project would ever materialize are now building careers and advancing into leadership roles across that very resort. And I want to even mention, Mr. Deputy, that some of those employees aren't even that young anymore because they've grown as Bahama has grown. And that's the truth that the country can see for itself. So, Mr. Speaker, today, the continued growth of Bahama, even Atlantis, the Ocean Club, other resorts throughout our nation is critical to our continued leadership as a regional tourism mecca. Tourism is changing rapidly. Guests expect more, like the member for Angliston said, than a hotel room. They want world-class experiences. They want robust entertainment. They want the integrated resort environments that cater to families and conferences and wellness and sports and culture and everything in between. The expansion announced in the new heads of agreement will deliver exactly that. It will support thousands of existing jobs and create new ones. It will strengthen linkages to Bahamian small businesses. It will drive demand for training, upskilling, and professional development. And it will deepen opportunities for Bahamian artisans, for service providers, for Bahamian entrepreneurs. So, Deputy, the land described in the schedule of the resolution is 2.077 acres situated along the Western District of New Providence. The sale price is $1,600,000, and the transfer cannot occur without the approval of Parliament in accordance with Section 53A of the Ministry of Finance Act and in accordance with our existing agreements for the sale of land to support the expansion of the resort. So what we're doing here today is meeting the statutory requirement and ensuring that the government fulfills our contractual and legal obligations. This expansion will further strengthen our #1 industry. And that industry of tourism has seen record numbers over the past 2 years. The expansion will support the continued revitalization of the Cable Beach Strip, which remains one of our most important tourism corridors, right up there with downtown Bay Street and Paradise Island. And given the important role Bahama plays within our tourism industry, I see no reason why anyone would oppose the sale of this land in any way. Mr. Deputy, I know there are those who want to see more Bahamian ownership, more boutique, bespoke, and ecotourism experiences, more diversification beyond tourism, and we want to see that too. But we also face a reality as we transition to a more diversified economic model that we can do so at the expense of our current #1 industry, which makes up the majority of our GDP and employs more Bahamians than any other industry in our country. Of course, when we talk about employment, as the Minister of Labor, I'm very interested in not the amount of jobs, but also the quality of the jobs made available for Bahamians. This expansion ahead of us will require more trained entry-level workers, but it will also require career-driven professionals who are ready to lead and manage and innovate and serve at the highest levels. Through the Department of Labor's Notice of Vacancy Enforcement Unit, we will ensure that Bahamians are hired for roles they are qualified to fill. When a non-Bahamian is hired, we will also ensure that a Bahamian understudy is identified and trained to assimilate into that role. So there's no question that Bahamians will fill roles at all levels as this expansion takes place. Mr. Deputy, we're preparing our people not just for Bahama's expansion, but for growth throughout our country. And that's why the training revolution being led by this Davis administration matters so deeply. We have BTVI expanding its reach across our family islands. We have DigiLearn and Upskill generating unprecedented demand. We have the reestablished 52-week PSPEP in the public sector. We have CAPAS, we have the National Training Agency, we have the National Apprenticeship Program, and so many initiatives creating a pipeline of talent. And each of these programs helps to build a modern, capable, and confident Bahamian workforce. These initiatives, Mr. Deputy, empower our people to step into new opportunities, yes, like the ones that will be created through the Bahama expansion. So we're closing the skills gap that kept many of our young people unemployed, and we're helping these young people to find pathways to stable employment, which directly addresses our youth unemployment issue and ultimately drives increased productivity and economic growth. So, Deputy, I speak to this resolution not only as the Minister responsible for labor, but also someone who began, like the member for Pinewood, my own career and professional life in the hospitality industry. With a degree in hospitality management, I spent more than 20 years in the sector, and those years certainly shaped my values, my discipline, my work ethic, and my understanding of the tourism workforce. It taught me how central our people are to the success of every resort, whether they're mega resorts or boutique resorts in our country. And when I talk about labor empowerment and career advancement, I do so with the lived experience of someone who has walked the path from apprenticeship, from the front lines of hospitality to national leadership. And during those 2 decades, I had the privilege of learning from many outstanding Bahamian professionals who were leading from the front, either by working with them or just observing them within the industry. I think of Sandy Sands and Dion Strawn and Ernie Cambridge and Karen Carey, Carlton Russell, David Farrington, Jackson Weech, Herman Russell, even Jamal Glover, Stuart Bowe, Jermaine Wright. The list goes on. The list goes on. You know, you don't start calling names, but I can think of Bahamians in senior executive roles who led the charge. Yes. And these were Bahamians showing every young employee like me, like Golden Isles, like Pinewood, like St. Barnabas, that there was space for Bahamians at the table of excellence in the hospitality industry. Yeah, come on. They proved that Bahamians could not only participate in the industry, but lead at the highest levels. And that example stays with me, and those examples stay with me and informs the work that I champion today to strengthen training, opportunity to increase the number of Bahamians advancing in key roles, managerial and executive roles throughout our country. So Deputy, Bahama has been a strong performer from a labor perspective. Its continued success, its anticipated growth under this new development will support the economy. It will enhance our tourism product and will create new momentum within the labor force. Expansions of this scale create more room for upward mobility. They open doors for workers who want to move from entry-level positions into supervisory and departmental roles. They create demand for new skills, new certifications, new pathways to allow Bahamians to compete for leadership positions within a growing and dynamic resort environment. We are seeing more Bahamians step into leadership roles across the hospitality sector, and investments like this one give us even more opportunity to drive that trend forward. When a resort grows, the workforce grows with it. It becomes possible, Mr. Deputy, for more Bahamians to rise, to lead teams, to manage teams, to shape the guest experience in ways that build national pride. And this is how a development supports not only tourism, but the entire labor ecosystem that keeps our economy moving. Mr. Deputy, the resolution before us perfectly aligns with our focus on investment, job creation, and opportunity for all Bahamians. We've come a long way from the days when some insisted that Bahama was fake. Today, we are debating a resolution to support a 9-figure expansion of one of the region's most beautiful and dynamic resort experiences. That's the legacy that all parties who played a role in bringing this vision into fruition should be very proud of. So, Mr. Deputy, I close by stating this government, is fully committed to continued partnership, and the government and Bahama remain confident in the people who work hard, who are resilient, and determined to carry this new project to new heights. And as a result, we look forward to not only the expansion of our labor market, but we look forward to the expansion of our national economy. And as a result, Mr. Deputy, it is only fitting that Golden Gate stands in full support of this resolution, and I thank you.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that pursuant Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the resolution be agreed. Now, therefore, be it resolved that pursuant to Section 5 of the Act, in consideration of the 2024 SSHOA entered into by the government, this House approve the conveyance by the Treasurer to Perfect Luck Assets, number 1, Limited, of the said heraldments for the sum of $1,600,000 in the currency of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The resolution is agreed. Further resolutions? No. No.
No further resolution.
Member statements. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bain and Grantstown.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. I know it's been a long day and everybody basically about ready to leave, but I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to make these remarks. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate Mr. Darren Pickstock for being elected as Parliament for Golden Isles. I say congrats to his entire family, especially his parents and his wife and children, for being a part of this momentous journey. Mr. Deputy, last week we celebrated Thanksgiving, and I thank the wonderful constituents for participating in our annual Thanksgiving luncheon at the Grantstown Seventh-day Adventist Church. Thank you to the church, especially Pastor Ed Nord and his executive team, for their continued support in the Baines and Grantstown constituency and allowing us to have our event on their premises. I want to say thank you to our seniors who participated fully in the luncheon program and who enjoyed their annual seniors tours across Paradise Island and the Eastern New Providence. I'd also like to thank Mistress Davis, our First Lady, for spending time and Thanksgiving with us in Baines and Grantstown. She's always welcome in Baines and Grantstown, as she's always received and well loved. Thank you to the singing Bishop, Lawrence Rule, who rendered a musical selection to our seniors. But also, Mr. Deputy, I want to thank our executives, our members, and the volunteers who made the Thanksgiving luncheon a success. And I say to all of you, thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Mr. Deputy, on another note, I'd like to invite the constituents of Baines and Grantstown to our annual Christmas tree lighting ceremonies tonight, Thursday, the 4th of December, 2025 at 6 p.m. at the Baines and Grantstown Constituency Office and Family Center. All are welcome. All are welcome. Come and enjoy as we commence the Christmas season in Baines and Grantstown. I also want to advise our constituents that refreshments will be served afterwards, and we intend to have a nice raffle to start off the Christmas season. Mr. Deputy, before I take my seat, on a more sadder note, I would like to officially inform this House of the passing of Mr. Sidney McPhee of Centerville, a PLP stalwart consular and a brother of Coach Gladstone Moan McPhee. He was more than a friend to me, but more like an uncle, and he was also a consummate professional as he ran the South House on Mount Royal Avenue for many, many years. On behalf of my family and I, on behalf of the good people of Baines and Grantstown, he's a product of Baines and Grantstown, but on behalf of our people, of whom I represent, I extend my sincere condolences to Sidney Maxfield's family, especially his siblings, his children and grandchildren. May he rest in peace in the loving arms of God. Thank you, Mr. Deputy, and God bless.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Further member statements? No? Oh, good. Appointments of select committees. Instructions to select committees. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Golden Gates.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to renew all matters in the name of the government.
Senate.
Renew all notices in the name of the excellent officers.
Thank you, honourable members. Adjournment.
Speaker, I move that the House at its rising do adjourn to Monday, the 8th of December, 2025 at 10 a.m.
Is there a seconder? Second. It has been moved and seconded that the House at its rising do adjourn to the 8th of December, 2025 at 10 a.m. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Final adjournment.
Speaker, final adjournment to Monday, the 8th of December, 2025 at 10 a.m.
Is there a seconder? Second. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now adjourn. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House stands adjourned to the 8th of December, 2025 at 10 a.m.